we are live. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the 2022 High Altitude Balloon Challenge. My name is Captain Bob Roberts, and I can just tell you, I am in kind of a little mission control area, and we have literally an army of people right now that are working like crazy, and it is so exciting to see. Do me a favor. Go ahead and if you are from a CAP squadron, go ahead and put your squadron name in the chat. I am able to watch the chat as we are doing this live. That's why you're going to see my head bouncing around all over the place and not always looking right straight ahead. We are tracking balloons. We're tracking airplanes. We're tracking your questions. If you have questions, the reason why we want to do this interactively and live is so that we can take your questions. We have a very special guest again, Colonel Joe Kittinger. He's going to be coming in with us just a little bit. He's waiting for us, but we're going to get some balloons launched first. What I want to do first before that, though, is I want to do a little intro into CAP. So many of you that are watching this are from CAP. You're gonna be like, I know what CAP is. However, last year we had 140,000 people that have watched the live stream from last year's watch party, and the overwhelming majority of them are not CAP members. And they see this and they want to know, what are we doing? Who are these people? And so with that, let's go in and let's do a little intro on CAP.
Civil Air Patrol is a civilian auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force that you might not know about. You don't need to be a pilot or have military experience to join. It's a volunteer auxiliary. You do need to be interested in community service, mentoring, and bringing out the best in others.
Civil Air Patrol, or CAP, was founded in 1941, just 1 week before the attack on Pearl Harbor that launched the United States into World War II. It was originally formed to train pilots and patrol the coastline looking for enemy submarines. Today, CAP has many new missions, including search and rescue, emergency services, humanitarian relief, youth development, and aerospace education for K through 12. And behind these important initiatives and life-saving missions, military veterans and dedicated community members who volunteer their time, expertise, and passion for giving back. Meet Brigadier General Edward Felkup. He helps lead the task force of more than 50,000 CAP volunteers.
CAP is a congressionally chartered nonprofit corporation that operates in all 50 states, plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. Civil Air Patrol members are proud to wear the uniform of the United States Air Force as the official auxiliary of the Air Force. It's a way for our members to be connected with service to our country. I joined Civil Air Patrol when I was 14. I was really interested in serving in the military, and it turned out that Civil Air Patrol service ended up being the way I served my country. But we have a lot of former members of the military who continue their service to the nation in Civil Air Patrol. CAP has over 25,000 cadets across the country, ranging in age from 12 to 20 years old, and they're exploring careers in both military-related as well as civilian-related career fields.
Meet Cadet Major Valeria Pacheco Lugo, a CAP cadet from the Puerto Rico wing.
We get to learn about different STEM career opportunities, and we also get to participate of emergency services activities. So it's really awesome. It's really unique in a way, especially because of the people in the Civil Air Patrol. Senior members and cadets is a very good environment and a very diverse environment. The Civil Air Patrol has helped me grow my character and leadership skills, especially because I was a very shy person when I entered the Civil Air Patrol, and being in a different environment enabled me to grow as a leader and as a young person. My parents joined the Civil Air Patrol because I actually convinced them to. They saw me wearing the uniform, and I think they were very proud to see me serving my community voluntarily.
Meet Colonel Andrea Van Buren, CAP's first female region commander. In the Southeast, she's responsible for commanding 6 of CAP's 52 wings, including Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
The Civil Air Patrol is an incredibly diverse program, especially for females and minorities. And the Cadet Wings program in particular, which takes young people and helps them achieve their private pilot's licenses, that average is even more within the program than it is in general aviation. The Cadet Wings program has about 27% of our cadet students are female, whereas general aviation female pilots only account for about 7% worldwide. I originally joined Civil Air Patrol as an adult about 21 years ago. And what drew me to the program was actually the flying. As a pilot, I was interested in the very unique flying missions that we do.
Civil Air Patrol, our Air Force auxiliary, is looking for more volunteer pilots, educators, and leaders to serve America's communities on the ground and in the air, save lives, and shape tomorrow's leader, today's youth.
Our members come from all walks of life. We have doctors and nurses, administrative professionals, finance experts. Chances are we have a job for you in the Civil Air Patrol.
All right, so that's a little piece about Civil Air Patrol. If you are not a member of Civil Air Patrol and you'd be interested in learning more about Civil Air Patrol, we have three primary missions. One is emergency services, one is cadet programs, and the other is this program here, aerospace education, although today is really kind of a combination of all three of those. So if you're interested in taking part in Civil Air Patrol, learning more about us, I want to invite you to go visit gocivilairpatrol.com. So before we get ready, they're getting ready to launch the balloons. They're starting to get them unfolded and get the helium tanks out, hydrogen tanks actually this year. I do want to show a few things. First, I want to give a couple thank yous before we get started. Number one, we have to thank General Ed Felka and Dr. Jeff Montgomery. If it wasn't for their support of this program, then we wouldn't have this program. So I want to thank them a lot for their support. For those that have not had a chance to meet General Felka yet, I can tell you he is a very big supporter of all aspects of Civil Air Patrol, but especially aerospace education. We were just down in Florida for the AE National Education Conference, and he spent several days with us. And it was wonderful to meet with him and get a chance to talk to him. So really appreciate both him and Dr. Montgomery, who's a director, national director for aerospace education, and their support. We can't really go further without talking about, thanking this team. Last year we had a very, very small team. There's only a few of us. This team, we really grew. And everybody from our IC today, our incident commander today, Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Griffith, she's busy helping to run the airplanes and the ground crews. And just everybody on this list we couldn't do this program. We've really expanded the scope of this program this year. And so thank you to everybody that's on this list. And now I actually want to bring in one other person that I want to thank before we get started is Susan Millette. And Susan Millette's going to be coming on board just a second here. And I personally want to thank Susan. Before I'm going to bring her on. Hang on one second. See, to person. There she is. Hi, Susan. How are you?
Hey, Bob. I'm really great. Thank you.
Well, Susan, first of all, before you do your thanks, I want to give a thank you from all the volunteers here at CAP to you as well as the national team, but especially to you. For the you folks that don't know Susan, she doesn't sleep at night. She's a vampire. Literally, she was up till 2 or 3 the night before coming in on an airplane. Last night, she's sending emails out till I think 1:30, 2 in the morning. So she probably didn't go to bed till after that. So she works tirelessly for everything that we're doing today. So first of all, Susan, thank you very much for all your help.
Thank you. Appreciate you so much. So Bob, I want to thank you as our project director for our National AE High Altitude Balloon Challenge for our cadets across the Civil Air Patrol nation. We've got cadets from all regions, and we were just excited about what they've done. So we're looking at over 500 experiments going up today from all of these cadets from 125 squadrons who actually sent in their capsules for this event. So we're really excited for the cadets who are watching today. We know they're excited about what's going on. I just want to tell them that any special directions that they sent to us here in Indiana, that they needed us to turn on a switch or add some liquid or whatever we needed to do to dampen something, we everything's been done, and your capsules, your experiments are ready to go. But I wanted to say thanks to a few people too. And I know you've already talked about Major General Felka and John Salvador, our COO at the headquarters, as well as Dr. Montgomery. And yes, without Dr. Montgomery's leadership, none of this would happen. But there's also, a lot of other people involved. Brigadier General Regina A., our National Vice Commander, so supportive of all we do in aerospace education. At the Florida Wing, where you're going to be meeting Colonel Joe Kittinger soon. You also have a great Florida Wing team there. Some of the cadets are going to be there today. But thanks to the Florida Wing Commander, Colonel Louis Negron, appreciate his support in all we do at AEO school and now for this down in Florida. Here in Anderson, Indiana, we have the Indiana Wing Commander, Colonel Bob Freese, and we have the Kentucky Wing Commander, Colonel Brian Schmuck. And as Bob has already talked about, we have the Vice Commander of Indiana Wing, Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Griffith. With her is a team of probably about 50 people on the ground at the airport, ready to launch. This is an amazing, smooth running program for our search and rescue mission and all the programs that they're doing here to make sure that our cadets are learning about what they can do as adults, career exploration opportunities for them, getting them involved in what they're doing here, and working with the Near Space Lab. They're going to be letting our cadets help launch today. So a lot of learning going on here on the ground, a lot of support, ground support here. We just can't tell everyone thanks enough. But we are housed at the Anderson Preparatory Academy at Anderson, Indiana, and there they have a CAP cadet squadron with about 300 cadets, I believe. The commandant is Jill Barker. We thank her for allowing us to use this beautiful facility indoors and out. And then, of course, the commander, Lieutenant Mike Austin, who has been phenomenal with his team on the ground here, trying to get everything prepared for the day. So everything is just going great. And without Bob, thank you, Bob. And here on the ground here is Captain Mike Griffith from the Arizona Wing. He's flown in to be the producer here with Bob in this program. We have a special guest here from the Air Force, Colonel Doug Frank. He's an emergency preparatory liaison officer for FEMA Region 5. So he is here supporting the Air Force and learning more about what Civil Air Patrol does, not just in their operations team, with our cadet programs and aerospace education. And that's what this mission is doing, is pulling everything together. So I'm looking forward for a great day. I cannot wait to see Colonel Kittinger online today, y'all. He is an amazing person in his mid-90s. You would think he was still in his 60s. He's still riding in race cars, doing special programs, leading the charge for science and STEM education for young people. And without him, and without all he's doing for our cadets, to give them someone to look up to and to be a role model for these young cadets, as well as young people all across the nation. So I hope that you enjoy when you see the video about Colonel Kittinger and what he's done, and read more about him. He's got a book, Come Up and Get Me, so you might want to check that out on Amazon and see what all this man has done. He is an amazing American treasure, and we are so proud that he's our national ambassador. He's a good friend. He's a good, loyal supporter of Civil Air Patrol, and he's just making this program amazing. So I think that's enough for me, Bob. I appreciate all the teams that are working together here back at the headquarters at Maxwell Air Force Base, here at Anderson, and all across the nation. So welcome to everyone who's having a watch party here and all of our visitors who are learning about Civil Air Patrol. Back to you, Bob. Thanks. Y'all have a great day.
Thanks so much, Susan. Thank you for all you do. Hey, everybody that's online, do me a favor. Give a 1 in the chat as a thank you to Susan. Give her a 1. So I'm sure she'll like that. All right, we're going to go ahead and mute our team back in Indiana, and we'll come back to you in just a little bit. Okay. All right. Let's see here. I am going to go to this next here. First things first, I want you all to know which balloon you're on. So I hope that this is readable. We did send out last night a listing to the leads with all of the balloons and the experiments, which balloons are on. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a list up here just for about, we'll say another 10-15 seconds. I did try to put them by region. Now, if you don't see your unit inside of your region, that's okay. We didn't put all the regions together on the same balloons. We had to do some weight and balances. So we split up the regions between the two balloons. So if you don't see your unit on here in your region, then go ahead and check on the next list. We'll give it 5 more seconds and then we'll switch over to balloon list number 2. See lots of ones coming in for Susan. That's fantastic. She definitely deserves that. All right, let's take a look at number 2. And let's see here. Here's number 2. And I will tell you that you all really upped your games this year. It was really fantastic. I will watch some of the cadet videos later, the pre-launch videos. I can tell you that last year there was probably, while I enjoyed all of them, there was clearly 2 or 3 that were like, you know, phenomenal. That like they just, you know, they were above the average. This year, it's going to be a lot harder for our judges. We had a lot of really great video submissions this year. Your patches just look awesome. All right, so I think that's it for number 2. I'm watching the team on the ground there with the balloons. They're still in the process of getting them ready to be filled up. So we're going to go to them in just a few minutes. I want to show you a little bit about what we've got going on. Let's see here. I want to show you kind of what today's going to look like. All right. So when you're just listening to me and nothing else, this is the screen you're going to be seeing. Over on the top left, you're going to be seeing kind of this green map. Now, this green map is actually, you don't see anything on it right now other than the map of Indiana, the Anderson area. But this is actually where our balloons are going to be. We're going to be tracking the balloons on this screen. On the bottom left-hand screen, you are going to see a blue screen. And right now, you can see an airplane that's circling. That is the CAP 1289, which is a Cessna 172. They've got an air crew in there, and they are circling around the Anderson Preparatory School as we speak. So if anybody wanted to know where we're launching, you can just look to see where the bullseye is for where the airplane is circling. By the way, if you want to, you can look at this yourself. If you pull up FlightAware, either on your app or on online on a computer, if you go to FlightAware, you can search for CAP 1289, and then that'll show you the airplane and its track if you don't want to look at it here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to move this more in the circle. So let's move that more in the circle there. Okay. The other screens that we're going to be looking at are this screen. Let's see here. We'll go over here. And this is going to be when we, right now it says Mac, that's our production team. So when they're ready to show us something, that'll show up. Our flight tracker, we can make the flight tracker bigger. And, you know, so here we can track the airplane a little better. We're going to be able to go to this screen where we'll get a bigger screen of the balloons. And I think that is pretty much it. And we were hoping to go right on time at a launch at 10:50. I'm watching them filling up the balloon. Production team, if we can go ahead and, let's see here. For some reason, let me pin production because I was getting the Mac one. So let me pin production and let's go. There we go. All right. So what these are sounding balloons, otherwise known as a weather balloon. And so these are going to be relatively small, low to the ground. There's a lot of pressure in the atmosphere that's pushing on all sides of the balloons. It's the same reason why you don't inflate your body. And these will, as the atmosphere gets less dense and they go higher and higher, that balloon's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And at some altitude, we're shooting for over 100,000. That's always our goal. Hit that 100,000 mark. The balloon will burst and it's going to come down. So let's do this. Let's watch a quick video of last year. I do want to give a shout out in case he's watching. Jason over from Stratostar helped us with the launch last year. This year we have a new group that we're working with called Near Space Education. And to tell you how small of a world it is, I think the president of Near Space Education, or at least one of their top leaders, was actually roommates with Jason in college. So small world. So let's go ahead and watch a video from last year. This video was actually created by Jason at Stratostar. Let's go ahead and watch that. All right, that was our launch from last year. It was very, very cool. It was very nerve-wracking because it was our first year doing it. A lot of moving pieces, but it went off without a hitch. Now, here's a couple of cool things. As you can see, they're still in the process of filling up the one balloon. We're actually going to do a couple things a little different this year. Last year, we went ahead and we launched one balloon, and then we waited a little bit, and then we launched the other balloon. We also did this later in our stream. We talked for a little bit before we launched the balloons. This year, what we're going to do is we're actually going to launch both balloons at the same time. So we'll actually track both balloons at the same time. We're going to do the recovery of the balloons at the same time. What that means is a couple things. So the first thing that means is you are going to get a chance to actually see the balloons. The balloons should have camera pods all around them, 360 cameras, GoPros off the sides. And since we're going to launch them together, you should be able to watch, they're in the same airstream together, right? So we should be able to see them climbing up quite a bit together. So that'd be kind of cool. The second thing that we're going to do is last year, this was being run under an Air Force mission, and we love our folks at the Air Force. They really help us out with everything that we do. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. So, but one of the things that they do is, we didn't have the ability to retrieve the footage from the airplanes and the ground crews and the drones, and it was really great footage. So this year, what we're doing differently is we are actually running this as a corporate mission. And so what that means is it's self-funded inside of CAP. So if you volunteer money for CAP, thank you. So, and so because of that, we're going to be able to use all that footage. And so there's going to be 2 more videos that are going to be after today. The first video is going to be all the footage from today, all the drones, all the airplanes, the ground crews, everything we're doing today. We're going to have a really great recap video. And then later on, we'll have our live awards show. So those will be the 2. Now, if you would like to get notifications of when those are going to be, if you hit this is like the YouTuber thing, right? So you hit the subscribe button and then you hit the bell icon. We're almost up to 2,000 subscribers now, so which is really wonderful. So if you'd like to be part of that, go ahead and hit that. Otherwise, we'll be sending emails out with the links if you're inside of CAP. All right, let's do this. I think that they're still filling balloon 1. I haven't seen them starting to fill balloon 2 yet. Let's see here. I'm looking for somebody on my production team, if they can just put a message in the chat if we're still waiting on balloon 2 or if they're ready to launch. Because if they are still filling, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to Florida and we're going to go talk to Joe. It says, okay, correct. Balloon 1 is filling. And so Florida, I'm going to give you about 10 seconds here. We're going to come to you. All right, so let's do that. Production, there we go. Before we go to Joe, actually, we can see Joe now. Joe, we're going to come back to you a second. I want to show a quick video of you. We see you waving. We're going to come right back to you in 1 second. We want to show your video. So for those of you that don't know who Joe Kittinger are, first of all, shame on you. How can you live your life and not know who this person is? Let me go ahead and show your video. You'll learn a little bit about Colonel Joe.
Space is hostile. It's very hostile to man. Blood boils at 65,000 feet. The Project Excelsior was the first time anybody was outside of a spacecraft in a space environment. I'm Joe Kittinger. I spent 29 years in the United States Air Force. Half my career was spent in research and development, worked as a test pilot. The other half was a fighter pilot. I was a project officer on Project Excelsior. The two objectives of Project Excelsior was first, how to protect a man in a space environment, and second of all, how to provide the means of escape from very high altitude. When a person ejects extremely high altitude, he is liable to spin. And the higher you eject, the more spinning you could do. Unfortunately, we didn't have aircraft that would go that high. The only thing that could get up that high was a balloon vehicle. The takeoff was in the morning at about 6 o'clock. The climb time from takeoff to 102,000 feet was about an hour and a half. And 40,000 feet, which is where my pressure suit inflates. And I suddenly discovered that a pressure suit glove in my right hand was not working. I knew that if I told the people on the ground that it wasn't working, that they'd make me abort the flight. So I opted not to tell the people on the ground that I had this problem. I could not use my right hand during the flight. Everything I had to use my left hand. It swelled up about twice its normal size. Well, the sign on the bottom of the gondola was, "This is the highest step in space." Think about being at 102,000 feet. It was a very interesting experience for me to sit there and look at the horizon, and I could see over 400 miles from that altitude. My guy on the ground said, "Okay, we're over the position, you're clear to jump." And I jumped. I fell for, it seemed like I wasn't moving at all. There was no crystal velocity. There's nothing you can see. So I rolled over my back, I looked up, and I saw the balloon flying into space. I said, "My gosh, that's amazing." And then suddenly I realized that the balloon was sitting still, and I was going down at a fantastic rate. And then the small drogue chute came out, and I free fell, stabilized from that altitude all the way down to 14,000 feet with my main parachute open. And then it was just a question of getting down to the ground. When I landed, my team was right there immediately. We were just ecstatic because we had accomplished what we set out to do. We had shown that man could go into space and work properly. We showed that we could protect him in a space environment. We showed that we could get a man down from high altitude. So there were a lot of firsts on the program. And as a result of this test, today, some 54 years later, every ejection seat in the world uses a small drogue chute to stabilize the free fall from high altitude. We were breaking barriers. We were setting new goals and exceeding those goals.
All right, Colonel Joe, welcome to the show. How are you today? Florida, I can't hear Colonel Joe.
I'm talking.
Try talking now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. Great. Colonel Joe, how are you today?
I'm fine, Bob. Thank you.
So first of all, I want to say thank you again. This is you've been with us since the very beginning, and you've shown support for this program above and beyond what anybody hopes for. So first of all, thank you very much for being part of this program again. And I guess the first question I have for you, Colonel Joe, is, you have been involved from the beginning. Why is this program important to you?
Well, I believe in the STEM program, and I believe it's important that our youth have the opportunity to expand their education into the STEM principles. So I do all I can to stimulate interest in the STEM. Our present generation will be the future leaders of our country. So it's vitally important that they have the opportunity for a good education, aerospace education. And the CAP has an excellent program on aerospace education. Dr. McGovern and his staff has done just a fantastic job of stimulating STEM as a means of education for our youth. And we're far behind the rest of the world when it comes to the percentage of our population that are educated in the STEM principles. So we need to catch up. The United States of America needs to catch up with the rest of the world when it comes to the education of our youth. And this CAP program is a stimulus that I'm very much involved with, very much interested in, because it contributes to our community and to our country and to the defense of our nation.
Absolutely. Now, Colonel Joe, I'm excited. We've got about 3 minutes left, they're telling me, till we're going to launch. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk for a couple more minutes, and then we're going to cut over to our site here in Indiana for the launch. And then if it's good for you, I'd like you to hang out, and then I'm going to come back to you after the launch. Does that work for you?
That works for me, Bob.
Okay, great. All right. So, you talk about why STEM is so important. A lot of times we think about the military, we see what's going on in Ukraine right now, right? And we see the importance of technology, in Ukraine. What are some, from the work that you did, Colonel Joe, what do you feel is so vitally important with STEM?
I'm sorry, I missed your question, Bob.
No problem. Why? So you mentioned the importance of STEM. And so I'm just curious, if somebody is a youngster today, let's say you've got a 12-year-old listening to this, right? Maybe they're not even part of Civil Air Patrol. They're just watching this on YouTube or whatever social media platform they're watching, and they hear you talking. What would you tell them? Why would you try to get them to be more involved in STEM?
Well, first of all, STEM is science, technology, engineering, and these are subjects that are really involved with math, engineering, geometry, calculus, and not everyone is attuned to that. Some people can't add 2 and 2 and get 4, but some kids can. Now, there's a certain percentage of our population that could be involved in the STEM program, and I'm hoping that this program and programs like this might stimulate these kids that are not particularly interested in math or education or science, might become involved so while watching wonderful programs like this CAP program. So I'm very much involved trying to stimulate interest in a part of our generation to become involved in the STEM principles and objectives.
Great. All right, Colonel Joe, we're going to come back to you in just a few minutes, probably about, I would say probably about 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes. I want to thank you. And so folks in the chat, go ahead and give Colonel Joe a 1 in the chat box as a thank you to Colonel Joe. So Colonel Joe, we'll be coming back to you in just a second. There we go. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see here. Some of you may hear a voice from above, and the voice from above that you may hear is Captain Michael Griffith. Captain Griffith is no relation to Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Griffiths, who's our incident commander today. And he's in charge of production there in Indiana. I was not able to get to Indiana again this year, so I'm doing this again from my house. And Colonel Joe, you're getting a whole bunch of ones there. Everybody's really appreciative. And it looks like we are getting ready. We're finishing up the second balloon right now. And what you're seeing, one thing while they're finishing is I can kind of talk to you about is we had a problem this year. We had a big problem this year, and it was in the very beginning of the project. And that is we had to debate hydrogen versus helium. helium, if you don't know, is usually what you see like in party balloons. That's what you kind of like inhale. It makes you sound like a chipmunk. It is in extreme short supply. Even industrial users and scientific users are having a hard time getting their hands on it. And so a lot of the weather balloons and sounding balloons have switched to hydrogen. And so what's the first thing anybody thinks of when they think of a hydrogen balloon? You think of the Hindenburg. So you think of explosions, you think of burning balloons, right? And so we had a real big debate on that. We were really split on whether or not we should even do this. Was hydrogen safe, as opposed to helium? And there was a very big debate, and I absolutely loved it. Being director, I always want to make sure we launch, but safety is always number one. So we really dug into the science, and what really helped us was the National Weather Bureau. They actually switched to hydrogen quite a long time ago. So in talking with them, we determined that hydrogen was safe. It was very safe. Matter of fact, when you look at the Hindenburg, it was the paint that was burning, and the hydrogen was acting as an accelerant for the paint. And actually, when you,
if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Mike in production control. Wanted to let you know the launch team is saying that they're about ready to go.
Okay.
The second balloon is finished filling, and they're going to go ahead and launch in just a moment. So stand by for that.
All right, standing by. Thank you. That's our voice from above. So, look at that. They raised up the one. Again, this is going to be so exciting. This is, I'm not going to say this is as exciting as the when SpaceX landed the two rockets side by side, because that actually brought me to tears. There's a few things on the internet I watched that bring me to tears. That was one of them. But having both of these balloons go up together is super exciting. And watching, I can't wait till we get the video footage afterwards to actually see the balloons looking at each other. Let's see here. Joe, just because I know you can hear me, but we're not going to come back to you yet. But you are getting lots of number ones. Let's go, Joe. So it's lots of fun. So yeah, it looks like they are still filling the second balloon. It looks like it's almost there. We actually are going to have a third balloon. Oh, I see the drone. I see the drone in the background too. So we do have drone teams, SUAS teams in the background. Very exciting. Let me switch over to here real quick. I want to show the tracker. Let's see here. Not that one. I want to show this one here. Oh, not that one. Okay, too many screens. Let's see, flight tracker. All right. Yeah, you can see the airplane is circling the field. So that's very good. All right, let's go back to this screen here. All right. So yeah, so going back to while they're finishing up the filling here, so the hydrogen, talking with the National Weather Service and talking with other groups. Oh, by the way, there's a good shot of our payloads with all your vials. Those were custom built this year by an engineer, actually, that volunteer on our team that actually is an engineer in the aerospace industry. I'm not sure if he wants me to say with who or who he is, but they are very light. They're lighter than what we had last year. And they are reinforced literally with sticks. Like when you pick them up, you're almost worried about it. And then you think of yourself, but listen, this is what aerospace is. It's weight versus strength. So it's incredible, right? The amount of strength of those balloons. So hopefully that's going to help our balloons go even higher because the payload is going to be a little less. There you can see the little black box underneath. You can see that's the camera pod, and then you can see the parachutes underneath the balloon. So that'll be great. We'll get a good chance to see the balloon pop from the camera pods after the fact. And anyways, going back, I think we've got a few extra minutes here, and production can jump in when they're ready and let me know, and then I'll be quiet and we'll get the launch going. But back to the hydrogen thing. So we really had to revamp, the safety protocols to make sure we knew exactly, how safe hydrogen was going to work. And then we actually determined, because unfortunately there's a lot of YouTube people that want to get clicks. And so they filled their balloons with a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen, and they put it at a rate of 2 to 1. And at a rate of 2 to 1,
Bob, I'm going to interrupt you. We're going to
it.
go ahead, and the first balloon's getting ready to launch.
Are we going to launch both 1 and 2 at the same time?
1 and 2, fairly close together. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yep. We'll wait for that. All right. So I'll wait for them to kind of watch in here. Hate to have dead air, but let's just go ahead and watch them for a second. The cool thing too is if you're somebody not in Civil Air Patrol and you're, 12 and older, and you're watching this going, man, I'm looking at people my age being hands-on, helping to run this thing. That's absolutely the case. This is a cadet-run program. The senior, I see them backing up now. Looks like they're getting the second balloon lifting into the air. Good. Looks like we're going to launch these at the same time or very close to it, which is the goal. And so if you are somebody that's not in Civil Air Patrol and you're interested, this is an extremely hands-on program. And, the aerospace program is very hands-on. Your cadet program is very hands-on. Emergency services, you could be 12 years old and you could be out, in the woods, helping to look for somebody that's missing. You could be out looking for clues. Maybe there's a downed aircraft that the Air Force has told us about, and that we're out trying to find. And you can get training and be part of those teams, which is extremely exciting, which is also why you see us wearing the uniforms. And this is so exciting, getting ready to watch these launches. When we get done with the launches, just so you know, so on the bottom left-hand screen, we're going to kind of go through that together. We have a different program that we are watching the balloons while we're tracking the balloons. Unfortunately, we don't have the technology yet to actually show the live stream from the balloons. I think that'd be incredibly awesome. There is some groups that are playing around with it. And so we're actively engaging and trying to talk with those groups to see if we can do that in the future. But nobody really has a good solution for that yet that we've found. That's, even remotely cost allowed. So very cool stuff there. We've still got the aircraft circling around. But anyways, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back. While this thing is starting to climb up a little bit and we're starting to track it, we're going to bring back Colonel Joe and talk to him a little bit more about his history, the things that he's done, and why he's so passionate to work with the youth today. Oh, look at that. You could tell they are side by side. So excited. For those that don't know, the people that have been volunteering on this team, this is a full year project.
5, 4, 3,
2, 1. There goes 1.
5, 4, 3,
2, 1. There it goes. Successful liftoff. I feel like the people from SpaceX. Successful liftoff of balloon 1 and 2. All right, so now it's going to take them a little bit to, look at that shot. That's beautiful. I love that. I hope somebody's on the ground getting a nice still picture of that. That is gorgeous. I love everything about that. Very, very cool. All right, so just in a few moments, we should actually start seeing tracking data coming into our Iridium satellites. So for those of you that are 90s children, if you remember the old brick phones, the old satellite phones, this is more for the satellite phones. So the old satellite phones in the 90s, those worked based on a satellite constellation called the Iridium satellites constellation. And people don't really use those too often anymore for satellite phones. They're still used, but there is a specific bandwidth that is used, frequency, that's used for things like these balloons. And so we can actually track these balloons through equipment that's on the balloons that will be talking to the Iridium satellites. The Iridium satellites are going to feed their information back to us. And that's how we're going to get the information on the bottom left. All right. So what we'll do is we're going to talk to Colonel Joe. Colonel Joe, we're going to come to you in about 15 seconds. And then what we're going to do is we're going to play around with tracking data. This is a brand new system for us. It is far more complicated than we had last year. So we are going to play together. And with that, I'm going to cut back to Colonel Joe. All right, Colonel Joe, I think you're back live. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Bob.
All right, fantastic. And we hear you loud and clear as well. All right, so Colonel Joe, thanks for taking a break there. Did you get a chance to, I'm not sure where you are, if you had a monitor, did you get a chance to see the balloons take off together?
Oh, absolutely. It was beautiful.
Man, that's so great, right? So, and you know, I really want to highlight, you know, we have a lot of people that are watching, or, you know, especially in the future that may watch us after the fact. You know, with your help last year, over 140,000 people got a chance to watch this program last year, which is just a massive number. If you think about, you know, it's twice the number of people that fit into a normal NFL football stadium. It's massive. So a lot of those people are not CAP members, and a lot of them are going to be teachers. And so, you know, I want to highlight the fact of how exciting this is. And, you know, the teachers, you can do this as well. And we're going to come back and we're going to show you a hands-on how to do it. For Colonel Joe, so let's think about outside of CAP for a second. You know, thinking about the teacher that's teaching maybe middle school, maybe elementary school, or high school or college, you know, do you have any, with all of your experiences inside of STEM, do you have any advice for them as they're trying to teach STEM?
Well, before I discuss that, Bob, let me just briefly talk about these balloons. These weather balloons are very large. They're used around the world. Almost every country in the world sends up these weather balloons twice a day at 1200 Zulu and at 000 Zulu. Now, it's done around the world exactly the same time, exactly the same balloons, with the instruments on board to tell them temperature, pressure, the environment that they're in. And this is transmitted to the ground via a very simple device called a Rayward sign. And this data is collected, and around the whole world, every weather station transmits this information to a center location where the information analyzed, it all goes into Greenwich, England, and the whole world benefits from these weather balloons, and they do it every day, twice a day, in the entire world. It's a very unique, involved thing, requiring the whole world working together, but the whole world benefits from it because we get very valuable information about our weather and how to predict the weather. So it's a valuable thing. Now, for years, they've used hydrogen in these balloons because helium is extremely expensive. And a lot of these countries, they can't get helium. So hydrogen has been used for many, many years. It's a safe environment if it's done properly. The people in Europe have used hydrogen for balloons since the 1700s. So it's no new technology. It's old technology that we have to adapt to modern use because helium is not available the way it used to be in the past. Now, these balloons, as Bob explained, as the pressure reduces, the balloons expand and they get very high altitude. Now, the temperature is 70, 80 degrees below zero. It's extremely cold. The plastic is very brittle. And as it reaches the ceiling altitude, usually between 95 and 103, 104,000 feet, and the balloon is fragile and it bursts. And when it bursts, if you probably notice from the bottom of the balloon, there is a parachute, an open parachute. Suspending from that is a payload. Now, as a balloon explodes and blows up, this parachute streams and opens and brings the package down to Earth. And what you'll be watching is the CAP airplanes tracking this to the ground, directing the ground crew where it is. But it's a fascinating way to gather data. It's been used for many, many, many years. And the CAP program is taking advantage of the stratospheric balloons like these weather balloons that we use. They're very dependable. They're very used all around the world, as I pointed out. And it provides a very great means of gathering data. And it's such a great program that all of our students in the CAP aerospace program can take advantage of to be a part of a team. Now, one great thing about this program is that these aerospace students work as a team. That's vitally important. Most all knowledge that we ever gain is done by a team of people working together for a common goal. And that's what the great benefit of this program is. It shows aerospace cadets how to come up with a research program, how to document it, how to photograph it, how to record it, how to come up with a scientific experiment. So it's a win-win situation for the students, for the CAP, and for our country. Now, for students, you have to set a goal. You need to set a goal and work toward that goal. And don't let anything deviate you from it. Because you can dream and you can make dreams happen, but it takes dedication on your part to stick with the goal and work together as a team. And I'm hoping that this program will show the benefit of teamwork, innovation, and research. And if that happens, our country will benefit from it.
Absolutely. The other thing I want to mention too about those balloons is they are not very expensive. We just bought a bunch of them for this program, and they're only $100, give or take. And so, and hydrogen is not that expensive. It's especially, as you were saying, Colonel Joe, comparative to helium, it is a very inexpensive gas, and it's actually a lighter gas, so it actually helps the balloons get even higher. So if you're if you're a high school teacher or if you're another CAP squadron, there's nothing that says you can't do this yourself. You don't need an air crew or ground crews or radium satellites. We're going to walk you through in just a little bit how that you can actually do this yourself.
Well, if I may point out that the balloon goes up at about 1,000 to 1,500 feet per minute, and it just goes up at a constant rate all the way up to ceiling altitude.
Yeah, matter of fact, Colonel Joe, I'm going to
point out is that helium is very easy to extract from our atmosphere, very easy. And you can do it very easily. And that's the reason why it's used around the world as a lifting agent for weather balloons. It's cheap, it's easy to produce, and it's available. Now, when you talk about expense, $100 isn't very much this country, but a
right.
country in third world parts, $100 is a lot of money.
Right.
But
that's right.
It's so important that they do that twice a day to gather the data they need for the whole world needs on weather. Yeah,
absolutely. So that's really cool. Now I'm watching the air crew. Colonel Joe, I'm going to stay with you here talking wise. I'm going to take my screen and put the screen over on the flight tracker real quick. So what we're finding here is that the airplane looks like it's coming back into the Anderson Municipal Airport. So they have been circling around the school, and to Colonel Joe's point, the balloon is going to climb at anywhere from 1,000, 1,500 feet, depending on where it is in the atmosphere. It can go up to 2,000 feet per minute. And so that balloon may have already outclimbed the airplane. So the airplane is going to come back in. We are going to stop tracking that airplane. And what's going to happen is we're going to go mainly now to this screen here, which is right now we are not getting the signal yet from the satellites. It's probably got to get a little bit higher before we're going to get those. But once I see the satellites getting their tracking, because everybody always wants to see the satellites where the satellite tracking as soon as we get it. So I will come back to this screen as soon as I see the satellites coming under tracking. So with that, I'm going to go back to Colonel Joe. All right. So Colonel Joe, I wanted to kind of hit us back with the previous question. And that was, if somebody is a teacher in school, do you have any recommendations for them as they're trying to teach their classroom STEM?
Oh, no. Let me just say this. Neil Armstrong was a real good friend of mine. And one time I was with Neil, and I said, Neil, tell me, who was the most important person in your life? Who gave you direction? And very quickly he said, Joe, it was the teachers. The teachers are the ones that I feel obligated to, because they're the ones that set my goal in life. And that's the truth. The teachers are the ones that pass education to the students. They have to be well prepared. It's a very difficult task. It takes very talented people to do it, very dedicated people to do it. And there's no more dedicated people than teachers. They all feel very much motivated toward their educational benefits they give to the students. It's a wonderful profession. And without teachers, civilization would not expand, would not grow, because all of the knowledge that we get, most 99% of it comes from teachers. So I agree with Neil Armstrong. Teachers are the most important part of our lives when it comes to our future.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I still get giddy with the fact that I'm talking to Colonel Joe Kittinger, who also, just involved in all of that part, not just the history that you were a part of, but today you're still actively involved. Not just the stuff that we're doing in Civil Air Patrol, but you're still actively involved in high altitude jumps. You were was it a program or a mission commander of relatively recent, like within the last 10 years, you were part of a big jump, weren't you?
Well, yes, I worked on the Red Bull Stratus program. My record, when I did my jump in 1960, we didn't do it to set a record. We did it to gather information that we needed for the forthcoming space program and for escape systems for high altitude aviators and astronauts. So 52 years later, Felix Baumgartner broke my record, and I helped him. I worked on that program for 5 years. I taught Felix everything he knows. And by the way, when I did my jump in 1960, it was my 32nd jump. They wanted me to just have a few jumps because I was there to test equipment for pilots and astronauts, and they are not skydivers. Felix Baumgartner had 2,500 parachute jumps.
Wow.
Was an extremely talented athlete, skydiver, but he was there to skydive. We were there to gather information needed for science and for aviator high altitude.
Now, Colonel Joe, we're going to be, we're getting ready to go to the third balloon. And if it's okay with you, I would like to drop with you for now. And then we'll come back to you a little later today. You don't have to sit at the desk. We'll actually,
my shirt and it's a latex powder.
Is that what I?
We'll actually, that was them cutting in over at the launch site.
Yeah, ready, Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and bring in the launch site if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Colonel Joe, we'll get back with you in just a little bit. Feel free to take a break.
Okay.
We're up.
Thank you.
All right. See if I can get you guys up.
All right. Production team, we're listening in on production at this point. All right. So. All right. So what we're doing now is we are doing a third balloon.
You getting a picture with this group?
You're going to hear from now on. You'll hear that speaker.
Kind of pull
there we
all
go.
the cords together. As I walk up, I need to reach around and grab.
Yeah, so let's listen in.
And then somebody on the next pod, all the pods can get to the bottom. I'm gonna go
Hey, Bob, do you want to talk about the special payload that's in this third balloon?
Yeah, we can do that.
So when you start, he's going to slide down this, and then you guys want to slide down.
I'm going to turn this down a little bit here. I can turn you down, but still listening to it. I can turn it down on my side. Okay, so let's talk about this this third balloon. So what we did is we have contracted to do 3 balloon launches, and we really only needed 2 balloons with the number of payloads that we received from all the units. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to do something special with this third balloon. So many squadrons, we're launching patches, we're launching dollar bills. So your dollar bills are going to go to the edge of space, and your patches are going to go to the edge of space. And then we're going to return those, and then you can go ahead and put them in a frame, and you can, put a little plaque on there that says this dollar bill, this patch went to the edge of space.
Bob, I'm going to go ahead and bring in the audio from the launch site.
Great.
And
So be good with your workout.
my team is going to go ahead and have them.
What he's doing now is he's
what they're
just
up to.
activating all the computers on that piece of equipment there, all the cameras, I'm sorry. And that'll catch this balloon.
All right,
when
yeah,
it
we're
lands,
listening in.
Or when it bursts. You guys got it.
Yeah, you don't get to do this on a SpaceX launch. Listen.
Oh, are they ready on that end?
Yeah, we're ready out here.
They're ready to launch?
They're ready on our side.
Okay.
Okay. So who's gonna hold it? All right.
Pass water, we clear to launch.
Here, guys, let's move it. Come back this way again, guys. Walk back this way. Let's get a little more towards the middle just so we get
And
ourselves.
what we're going to do in just a little bit is the Near Space team is going to be coming inside of the building, and they're going to walk us through and show us some equipment that they use to do the launches, as well as some satellite technology that they're going to be using.
They launched balloon number 2.
Okay, you
This
guys
is
ready?
Group 3.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
There it goes. Number 3.
There we go.
There it goes.
3 up.
That's good stuff. Oh man.
3 to
up.
come back down.
Nice job, guys.
Thank
This is
you.
great. I'm so glad we were able to do this.
Oh, I'm so glad to be able to come out and sit this. This has been, so what is this up, Jeff? Are we at 520 now?
This would be 515, 14,
We're at 515?
516.
516.
Number 5 for
516
me.
launches they've done.
516 of these.
That's crazy.
So
Well, for CAP, this is number 5. So we'll...
So Bob, that's the launch. I've gone ahead and muted their audio. I'm going to get them in so that we can chat with them about the balloon process, if that's okay.
Yep, that'd be great. Yep, because I'm still not seeing. Hang on a second. Let me do confirm. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, because I'm still not seeing the balloons on the tracker. So we'll want to talk to them about that. Because maybe I'm doing something wrong. So, okay, that's great. So production crew, I'm going to go ahead and mute you again. Let me know once you guys are ready. And then we're going to talk through how this tracker is going to work.
Copy. Sounds good.
Great job. If you want to, feel free to leave up that shot of the balloon as long as they've got it anyways. Okay. So we had a few questions. Let me go to those now. If you have any additional questions, feel free to go ahead and put the questions in the chat inside of YouTube. I am going to be monitoring that. Please know that there's about a 30-second delay between when you type it, I'm seeing it immediately. But the time, like if I go now, you're going to see me saying now 30 seconds from now on YouTube. Well, you know, inception, time, space. So there's a 30-second delay between when I'm actually talking in real life and when you're hearing it on the stream. So go ahead and put in any questions that you have. I'm going to scroll back up here a little bit. Let's see. Chip said that balloon is almost as big as my head. Chip, you might have a really big head because that balloon is quite big on the ground, and when it gets into space, it's very big as it opens up. Let's see. We got a question from North Chesapeake Cadet Squadron. Welcome to the live stream, North Chesapeake. Do the payload boxes have holes in them? They do. One of the things that we also did is that, again, this is the smart, brilliant engineering work of our launch team, is the top of the shield on the top, instead of it being solid, they actually drilled holes in it. And so the vial, the pointed part of the vial, let me see if I have the box here. So let me grab one of these here. This box is really tight compared to last year's foam. All right, so these are the vials. Actually, you know what? I'll do that real quick. So we've got a few minutes before we bring the folks inside. And I see we were about to lose a shot. Okay, that sounds great. I'll go to me. Okay, there we go. So production team, feel free to go where you want to go. All right. So for the folks that are not in CAP or were not directly involved in this project, what we did is we have these boxes that were sent out to every unit, every group of cadets and senior members that were involved. This is a cadet program. They have senior members that assist, but this is run by cadets. Inside that box, there is 2 vials, and these are 50 milliliter vials. Inside of these vials, the cadets could put any type of experiments that they wanted. There was a few rules. You couldn't put water and a goldfish in here. Right. We didn't want to murder, an animal. So, you couldn't put anything that was live. And you guys aren't watching. Actually, hang on. Let me go back to see if I can show us real quick. Hang on. I was enjoying watching the SUAS operator, the drone operator. The drone was flying around a little bit. So, you can kind of see that's at the top. It's in between the poles. Now he's right in between the poles. There you go. Anyways, I'll come back to me. I was enjoying watching that. All right. So you have these vials, and the cadets could do a couple things. They could put one big experiment in here, or they could put several smaller experiments. We have some groups that did exactly that. We have some that put in one bigger experiment. Some of them electronics. We got a lot more electronics. And I personally blame that on our production director here, Captain Griffith, because he won the distinction award. His unit won the distinction award, I think it was last year. That's correct, right? It was you guys that won that last year, wasn't it? I unmuted you. He's getting set up. He's not listening. Okay, so he's setting up for the folks that are coming to come and talk. Okay, so anyways, so we're seeing a lot more electronics payloads, so which I thought was pretty neat. And honestly, people saw from last year. They saw what types of payloads people launched from the previous year, and really upped their games as far as what they're launching this year. One thing I thought that was interesting, I watched every single, if you had submitted a pre-launch video, I watched every one of your videos. I left comments on quite a few of you. A lot of you had it set for comments not being allowed, but I watched every single one of your videos already. We're going to show some of them in just a little bit. And oh, look at that. Look at all the boxes. You can see the controls. So that's actually a good point. So inside of the boxes, there was a C for a control, and there was an F for flight. And so what's happening is the way the science experiment works is the flight is what's going up to give or take 100,000 feet. The control stays on the ground. And what you're doing from a science perspective is you're looking at what the delta is. So what has changed between the flight and the control? And so when you set up your experiments, you're going to go ahead and try to create a hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis of what you think is going to happen. And then you actually do the experiment. Then when these come back down, these are going to get put back in the boxes. And then they're all, look at all those boxes. That's beautiful. So, and then they are going to get shipped back to all the individual units. And then the units will have time to take a look. Was their hypothesis right? Did they learn something different? There is no such thing as people say, well, there's a failure. Hey, listen, they've been trying to get fusion nuclear reactors to work for what, 40, 50 years? And the joke is that, hey, we're going to have it, in 10 more years, 20 more years, and it's always 10 or 20 more years. But it's not, those experiments aren't failures. They're learning. And the reason I bring that up is actually they just had a milestone this last week where they actually created more energy than they actually used. And so that was actually pretty great. Up until now, they've had to put more energy into that program, into that fusion reaction than they actually got from the fusion reaction. And so, think about that. Think about a time when, we're literally going to have, an abundance of energy and what that could do for us. Now, going back to the scientific experiments, I can tell you just from watching the videos, a lot of you, and I'm actually going to kind of categorize. I'm going to send you guys each of your information. Maybe you can kind of work together on your post experiment, because a lot of you flew SD cards. There's a lot of you that did this exact experiment where you did two recordings. You did a recording and you copied it to the other SD card, and then you're sending an SD card up to near space. And then, between the radiation and all of, in the atmosphere and the pressure, it's going to come back down. And then you're going to compare, was there degradation? Can you even read the SD card? And just think about how important that is. Listen, you could be the next billionaire. Maybe these SD cards don't work in space. And when we get space tourism in the next 10 years, maybe you can be the person who designs an SD card that works in space. So remember all of us lonely people if you get that to work and you're a billionaire. So that's that. Let's see. Do we have any other questions? Let me scroll down. We have some other questions. Will there be a dashboard type information like last year? Different altitude, temperatures, pressures, etc. That's coming from Winchester Civil Air Patrol. And the answer to that is yes. That is what the screen on the top left is for. I'm still waiting for the initial track of the balloons. Let me zoom out here. Let me actually show that bigger screen. flight tracker. Actually, that's the airplane. Balloon tracker. There we go. So we can go all the way out here. So I have not seen yet the balloons. And over on the side, let me actually go balloon full screen. This is what the whole screen looks like. So on the left-hand side, right now it's currently saying no data to display. So we're still waiting for the Iridium satellites to get their initial data of the balloons. Once that happens, then we're going to go on an exploration. We have far more data than we had available to last year. Now it's going to be in a different format. It's going to be, more spreadsheets and graphs, and we'll have to dig through it. Let's see here. Next question I had is, let's see here, scrolling through. How long in preparation does it take to set this up? Okay, so a couple answers to that question. Number one, from a program for this program, we literally, as soon as we are done with the live stream of the award show next year, we will immediately start doing what's called an after action report, trying to determine what we did good, try to determine what we can improve on, which is always the most important thing in science. You continually try to improve what you're working on. And so we do that in this program. One of the things I can tell you that was a big improvement this year over last year was the judging. Last year, there was only a few of us that went through and we took a look at, everybody's materials. I will tell you there was a pretty clear differentiator, probably the top 10, top 15. And so we isolated out the people that were really the top 10, 15. I see Brandon's almost ready, so we'll go to Brandon in just a few minutes. And so they, where was I going with that? I was thinking about Brandon for a second. So they, how was I going with that now? I lost my train of thought. So I think they're laughing at me in production right now for losing my train of thought. This is what you get for a live event. so anyways, let me actually go to, I'm sorry, I remember what it was now. You're talking about how long. So it's literally a full year project. Now we really kick it into gear probably about 3 months before we launch. And that's when we start to send everybody out their boxes. We start ordering equipment. Let me go back to me real quick. That's when we're sending out the boxes and we're organizing all the teams that are registering. That's when the larger team really starts to get busy. And then the one thing I say, this is actually the thing I was trying to say. So one thing we really improved last year was on the judging. A lot of the teams were like, hey, how did we do? We don't really know. We didn't get that feedback, right? We know who won. We know who came in the top 3, but we don't know who won. We don't know how we did, right? Or any feedback how to do better. We have probably close to 40 people that are going to be judges this year. Many of them outside of CAP, a large majority of them outside of CAP. And so they are going to, they're going to be doing the judges and they have a rubric. So you'll get feedback of exactly how you did, what those judges felt. So you'll get that was a major improvement from last year. So, all right, let me go one more question and then I'm going to go to Brandon because I see he's sitting at the table just about ready here. Why does the balloon have to be so far away from the parachute? You know what? I'm going to hold on to that question. We're going to ask Brandon that question because he's the one who's going to be able to answer that one. So let's go to a different one. How much pressure does it take to pop the balloon? That'd be another great question for Brandon. We'll ask him that too. Let's see here. Okay, I think that's it for now. Let me go to Brandon and let me unmute. Let's see here. Production, I see ready for interview. I see the camera kind of zooming up. Get the camera back down. All right, I'm going to come to you guys in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we are on with Indiana. Indiana, can you hear me?
That's supposed to be me? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm here. How are we doing today?
That's fantastic. Brandon, thanks so much for your help today. We got a chance to listen to you a little bit and talk and hear as you were launching.
Yeah, definitely.
Tell the folks here who you are, the company you're with, and the type of work that you guys do.
Yeah, so my name is Brandon Pearson, and I'm the STEM director for a group called Near Space Education. And what we do is we really focus in on providing STEM experiences to middle schoolers, high schoolers, college kids, anything in that group. Our mission basically is to go and to inspire and empower. We want to go and we want to inspire students for the amazing things that you can go and do through STEM, whether it go and be with balloon launches, whether it be launching a satellite in space. And then we want to go and we want to empower the next generation that's going to be a future engineer, scientist, and whatnot going into there so that they have the skills needed to help them be successful later on. Our original group that came out of this called Near Space Launch started from two professors from Taylor University right here in Indiana, and they helped Indiana launch their first satellite ever back in 2014 with students. So from there, they developed into doing a lot more work with some commercial, but it's still a heavy emphasis in education. I got involved because I started using their materials to do high altitude balloon launches at my school. My students would design payloads. We'd fly them on the balloons, did multiple throughout there. And I went back and said, hey, we had some amazing tools here. So through that, Near Space Education was born. And the goal is to take what they've done with their time with ThinSats and satellites in space and their high altitude balloon launches and bring it to schools, just like with the students that we're working here with Civil Air Patrol.
All right, that's fantastic. I have a couple of questions for you, but the questions coming from our chat are the questions I care about the most. So
yeah.
So let's talk about the time of the preparation. So I talked a little bit about it from the CAP's perspective.
Yep.
But let's talk for a quick second the day of, right? How long does it take, yourself, somebody else, maybe a school teacher? How long does it take them to actually prepare, get the hydrogen, get the balloons, fill them up? How long, during the day, how long does it take to get a launch up in the air?
I mean, assuming that you've already ordered the balloons, which is a really straightforward process to get the balloons, you get the parachute and the equipment, you get the hydrogen and the gas you're going to choose to fly the day before, the whole thing can easily be done in a day. So you go and you have kind of like day one. When I'm doing this with my students, we'll go and I'll get the equipment, really straightforward to get. We'll have a day of just prep, kind of talk through the different things, but then the next day we can set and you can launch and recover the whole thing in the second day. So I've done the entire program before in a 1 week time. I'll go and we can stretch it out longer as well, all depending on what different people do. I did it for a year-long class for my school, but it's a really fast turnaround for a really pretty incredible STEM experience.
Right. Yeah, it definitely, no offense to the people that are dissecting frogs, but this is cooler. So,
well, my background's in biology, so I get to hit both of those a lot.
So yeah, so you make sure, so if anybody's looking for where the frog legs are in the vials, it's probably Brandon's.
Oh, that's what those were. I was wondering what that was. I couldn't tell.
Somebody was launching chicken wings or something.
Yes.
All right, so Brandon, couple questions from you from the chat. So
yeah, absolutely.
One of the questions is from Chip Isaacson, and he asks, why does the balloon have to be so far away from the parachute?
Great question. And I'm actually going to tie that in because I think I heard another one relating to the pressure. Is that correct about the balloon? So I'm going to tie that into one answer if I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah.
To go and basically say, so the balloon there itself, we fill it up with a certain amount of gas needed to be able to get us off the ground. And we have a kind of set lift that we shoot for in terms of we weigh out all the payloads, we multiply it by 1.5, and then that gives us a lift of about 15 feet per second, which is what we want. As that balloon goes up, the pressure in the atmosphere drops dramatically to where when you get to the top, you go from down here where we're at just what's called 1 ATM almost to 0 by the time you're up 100,000 feet. So just like you would take a regular balloon and put it in a vacuum, that balloon is going to expand bigger and bigger and bigger in size. So that it's going to go from about, about 3 to 4 feet across to about 40 feet across when that thing pops. So what we need to make sure is when that balloon is going up, that it doesn't get tangled up with any of the other payloads. So we provide as much space as possible because that balloon is shooting up like this. When that balloon pops, that's going to tip over while the rest is still accelerating upwards. So we're trying to provide as much clearance as we can before that balloon on the top pops and falls back down, and then the parachutes and then the payloads underneath. So eventually we get to a point where that balloon can't expand anymore and it shatters in a beautiful display for those of you who have seen this. And if you haven't, you need to look this up. And we're actually going to be able to get live footage of that here too on our cameras we're recording. But that will shatter. We'll get an entire flip on the way back down until that parachute gets enough of the atmosphere again to be able to go and open up. So that extra strength, that extra line that we have gives us more insurance that our payloads won't tangle together.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. And that second question was actually from Sharon Haworth. She asked the question about the pressure. So thank you, Sharon, for that question. Let's see here. Now, the one thing I'm going to be logging back in. So the folks look and they see the black screen. That's because I have to log back into the tracking. It logged me out. Let's see here. I don't think I have any other questions here. One question I do have is, this is actually for me more than it is for anybody else. Do the balloons have to be at a certain altitude before we'll see them on the tracker? Because I hadn't seen them on the tracker yet. And I don't know if I'm doing it wrong.
Well, they go and I've been getting confirmation from the other team that's been here on the ground that they have live tracking of it going. So it might be something that we'll go and we can give you correction. I can go and we can look into your end as well. But we got confirmation that all three of them are on the track going on the ground already, and they should have been picking up on the ground. Now, once you go and you hit the jet stream and you're hitting 70, 80 mile, 100 mile an hour winds, depending whatever that's going at, there is possibilities you can get some gaps in there. But other than that, you should be able to go, and we'll be getting it whenever that thing comes back around, it's able to get that lock, we should be able to go and get a point of data. And we have backup trackers that are going that are all picking up a data as well too. But I had gotten confirmation earlier from Colonel Argenti that he did have lock in all three of those.
Okay, let's see here. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. Let's see. I don't know. Can you see the screen from? Because what I can do is I can show, because I know the people online are going to want to see this. So let me turn it back on here.
Is there a way for me? Should I come over there or bring here, or what do you think?
Let me see. Tell Bob we need just a minute.
Okay, sounds good. So let me do this. So let me go back to some of the questions, Brandon, while they're setting up there locally.
That's no problem.
Yeah, as I logged back in, and I'm showing it full screen on our live stream.
Okay, so go over to the side. You need to select the mission still there, Bob. So if you go over on the side, you'll see the mission, and you should see 3 radios underneath that. Go ahead and click those.
Okay.
And hit confirm.
Hit confirm.
And there's your balloon tracks going right there. So you can hit the little crosshairs on each one of those and you get it. Boy, that is beautiful. Look at those flight paths all together. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I can't see. Can you see the altitude of each one of those balloons on the side? It's a little cut off on my end here.
Let me zoom in here. It says, hang on, I'm losing my microphone. Hang on, let's see. We've got, so balloon, the first 2 balloons are at 40,000 feet.
Nice.
Balloon 3 is now at 20,000 feet.
Yeah, that's a good solid flight. So then if you go and click on those dots, you can actually see what our vertical ascent rate is as well. So if you go and click pick the red one there and click that little crosshairs over on the right-hand side, it will zoom us in on that one. If you go there, right there.
Okay.
And then go down to the most recent dot on that red string. If you see down in the bottom of your screen there, right where it's by the green one, go ahead and click that dot. And we got, what's that say? It's a little blurry. Let's say 4.5, it looks like, roughly.
Yeah, so it's saying vertical speed, 4.85 meters per second.
That's exactly what we were shooting for. What about on the green one? Hit that green one down there. I haven't got a chance to look at this because we've been busy launching them.
Green one's going even faster. It's 6.27.
And it varies depending on what the winds are going at the time. It depends all in there. We're getting in that jet stream, whipping along. And what you're going to see here is in a little bit, we're going to pass through the jet stream and we're going to see it move west. And what happens is once it gets through that jet stream, the stratospheric winds are going to kick in. And the stratospheric winds actually often run a different direction than what they're going and running on the actual ground. So a lot of times when we're launching here during the summer or during the fall, and this is why the best time to launch, if you're going to launch a balloon, is late spring, summer, or early in the fall. I have launched during the winter, and it gets to be interesting because it will take that and it will rip it all the way back across, but across the states. But if you go and launch it then, the wind will actually in the stratosphere push it back west. And then once that balloon pops, we should see a mirror image of it coming back down the other side.
That's awesome. All right, yeah, and then we can actually, right now they look to be about 3,000 feet apart from each other. So that's actually pretty close.
That's you're going and you're factoring in weights, you're factoring launch, so that kind of stuff. To get it within that much at that high, I'm actually surprised we're within that close together because there's so many factors in there. You know what the weight was like, what time we launched, and we launched them 10 seconds apart from each other.
Right.
So to have them within that close going up. So if our tracking team that's going and is watching those come down and they're on site, If you got the first one coming in, be on the lookout. That second one's going to be coming in pretty quick right after it.
Yeah, that'll be pretty neat. Yeah, that is interesting to see. I love, listen, I'm a data guy. So
yep.
I know I geek out over data. So it's fascinating. So now this is what I want. This is what the internet wants. The internet wants to look at data. So that's fantastic. So right now we are at 4.62 and 42,000 on the red, and we're at 46,000 on the green. Yeah, so we're 4,000 feet apart from each other.
If you click those dots again, you can make that disappear, just so you know. So program looks a little different than some of them. We've chose to make our program a lot more interactive because we use a very similar program in our satellites as well, which is why you're having more of an opportunity to interact with the Captain Bob, as opposed to going and just having a window that's showing all three of them. So there's different things you can mess around. You can change unit and that stuff, but you stay locked in that screen, you'll be able to see all of them. And eventually, once you get around, 60,000 feet or so, you'll start seeing that curve once it gets through that troposphere and starts moving to the stratosphere to the west.
Yeah, that's actually a good point too. So for the folks that, that we were really hoping to launch this last week. And first of all, we have beautiful weather today in Indiana.
Oh my goodness.
Gorgeous.
That was the way that they went there, and we were able to have the cadets hold those boxes, let them go and go straight up. I mean, we're very fortunate with weather here, but that could not have been better to be able to have them sit there, get that picture, launch that up at that time. I'd say we can get it that still about 25% of our launches we've had this calm weather. So we are extremely blessed today from that perspective.
Yeah, it's awesome. And the other thing too is last week we couldn't launch, right? We were supposed to do this last week.
Yeah.
We couldn't launch, and I was supposed to be there with you, Brandon. But I'm stuck at home again this year. But we couldn't launch last week because of the jet stream, right? Because once you let these things go, it's not like an airplane. No. It's not like a drone. We don't have a controller on the ground. We can direct these things. They go up, they're going to come down when they come down. And so explain to the folks that don't understand it, one, maybe a little bit about the jet stream, how that affected us last week, and then as well as maybe a little bit about the predictive tool and how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of it varies back and forth depending on what we're looking at with the time of year. And this is why I said the summer and the early spring, early fall, late spring is such a great time to be able to launch these balloons out, because basically you imagine the whole Earth as a globe, and there's going to be some people here that's got even more atmospheric science than me that can explain this better, but there's a basic idea. You have the jet stream that's spinning around the top of the globe at different points. And what happens is as you move to the winter, that jet stream starts becoming lower and lower and starts moving down into the US. During the summer, we can get it where the jet stream is almost not even there. We can be looking at maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour, which means when that's moving that balloon across, we have very little movement. We'll have times where we'll launch the balloon and it will land 10 minutes. There's one time they launched it at the Indiana State Fair, it went up and it came straight back down because there was no jet stream or local winds or anything. But as you get during certain times, those strong jet stream winds will start to creep down and they kind of spin up and down, kind of like if you're looking at a wave, and you'll get one of those waves will come down and it'll get right across Indiana. And the case of what was happening last weekend and why we decided we couldn't launch it is that we were actually on the back half of one of those and the jet stream was pushing the balloon straight west. That's very rare. Well, straight west of us is the Indianapolis International Airport. And the prediction was having us landing sometimes within 5 miles, sometimes within 10 miles, sometimes a little bit farther than that. We don't want to risk those going and landing in Indianapolis, especially with the factors in there. It's better to be safe. So basically today we ran a new prediction. I can run it about a week ahead of time, but the jet stream's a lot unknown. So give it a couple of days, you get a pretty good estimate in there. But basically they have some really good tools online. You can just plug in information. I went and I put in the size of our balloon. I put in how much lift we put in the balloon. I put in the estimated height of burst, which we're hoping for 100,000 feet. So that's what I put in there. How high we're hoping to go up at, time of day, all those things. And then it pulls the local weather information and it sticks it in there. And it has it landing, I'm trying to remember what the name of the town is right now. Can you zoom out a little bit on your map there for me, Captain Bob? And I'm going to see if I can point out on here where this balloon was predicted to land for people that are back at home looking at this too. Okay, so down below there, if you go, there's a big town. It's a little bit key. Yeah, so right there, it says Green. Is that Greensburg? Right there, right where your finger is?
Yep, that's Greensburg.
Yep, so it's right around that. That's what our prediction had it. So they can end up being a little west of that, depending on how high up in the stratosphere we get. The higher we go, the farther west it's going to push that balloon. But that's about what our prediction was showing at this time. So hopefully we'll be somewhere right in that area. But hey, when you got as good a tracking team you guys do, I'm not concerned.
Yeah, you don't usually, your usual missions, you don't typically have air crew.
No, air crew or drones. The last one I launched, I spent 40 minutes in a cornfield trying to find it on the way back down again. So when I heard you had drones, the little bit of me was sitting there like, I am happy for you. And a little bit was kind of like, you know.
Well, you know, listen, you know, if the live stream got boring, we were just gonna like have somebody follow around with you in a corn maze for 45 minutes.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Now that would provide entertainment.
That would be entertainment. That's right. Let's see here. All right. So for those of you that are watching, in case you didn't see the chat, the balloon 1 is the red dots. Balloon 2 is the green. And we have recently passed 50,000 feet. We're approaching 60,000 feet with balloon 2. So actually, I can look at this over here. So yep, 52. It's amazing how quickly my microphone goes out if I'm not right by it.
It's amazing how much. Where are we at in the? Click that blue dot up there. Where are we at in the third one up there? It's about halfway up the green strand. You can see that little blue line going. I mean, all three of them are following each other perfectly along. Yep, right there. There's that right at the end of the blue line. There's that white dot.
So it is at 27,000 feet.
Yep, and we're right around that 5 meters per second. So we're right on track for our prediction. So
yeah, that's pretty awesome.
This is good.
You know, and this goes back to what, you know, Colonel Joe was talking about. You know, the different nations, you know, they launch these balloons all the time. Right. You know, so, you know, we can build these predictive analysis tools because we know what the atmosphere is doing.
Yep.
We know what the jet stream's doing. And the reason we know that stuff is from, you know, some of this stuff.
Well, there's a lot of science into that. Just to go and to tag off of that, if you got a second, is to go in that there's a huge need for a lot of research that's going into once we go and we have that. So we can hit that 100,000 feet, 150,000 feet. And then we know a lot about the atmosphere once you go and you get up, you know, several hundreds of kilometers. You're talking about 400, 500 kilometers, that kind of thing. Plus, there's a lot of research in there. Where there hasn't been nearly as much research, and we're starting getting more and more interested in, is in that middle area. So between 100,000 feet and that 300,000 kilometer range in there, in between those two, there isn't nearly as much. And that's where our thin sats that we go and that our NSL's incorporated and where student experiments often will fly is such a huge thing. So when students are doing experiments and they're flying them on our little satellites, it's not just for their own sake, they're actually doing information as well that's going and contributing to data that is actually very minimum at this time because there hasn't been nearly as much data collected in that level of the atmosphere.
Very cool. Let's see, Brandon, if it's okay with you, I want to take some time. I want to show a couple of the pre-launch videos from a couple of our cadets. Can you hang out for like maybe 10 minutes or so, and then we'll come back to you?
Yeah, I'm in no hurry. I'll go check to see, make sure everything's looking good on track and stuff we're here, and I'll be ready to jump back on whenever.
All right, sounds good. We'll come back to you in probably about 10 or 15 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Let's go back over here. All right, so that was Brandon. All right, production team, just FYI, I have you muted now, so you guys are good to go. All right, and it looks like, oh, that's not us. I'm looking for the airplane that's going to launch. I am keeping track of it. And I saw this airplane over here. If you look down in the lower blue box, somebody just took off with a Cessna 172. I thought maybe that was us, but that is not the tail number of our airplane. The next airplane that we're going to be flying today is actually different than the first airplane because we have two different air crews, and just from a timing perspective. And so the second airplane that's going to go up is 486 Charlie Papa. So we'll be waiting to see him to go up. And let me go back to the full screen here for a second. All right, balloon tracker and balloon full screen. Okay, great. So let's take a quick look at this and we'll see where we are. And then after this, we will take a look at some of your cadet videos. All right, so let's see. Balloon 1 is red. So that's going to be down here. So now it's interesting. So that's now at 51,000 feet. If we look at balloon 2, which is here, that's at almost 56,000 feet. Now, what's interesting is it could just be the timing, but even though the balloon 2, the green balloon, is higher, it looks like the balloon 1, the red balloon, actually traveled just a little bit further. So that's very, very cool. Now, somebody did ask a question, a couple questions on here. One was about the weight of the balloons. Somebody did respond back, they weigh negative because they're climbing. So that's actually, we're not going to get into that because I'll have half of you will stop watching if I start talking about the difference between weight and mass. But anyways, so when the hydrogen is not in the balloons, they don't weigh that much. They're only a few pounds. And the vials themselves, for those that are watching, let me show me here. There we go. We can kind of keep track of everything. So the vials themselves, they're 50 milliliter vials, but we had a weight limit of 40 grams. Now, just real important for you to know, we did get a couple of experiments, and I'm sorry to say, a couple of you went above 40 grams. It was close. It was like 42, 43. But a rule's a rule. So if you were above, you might have gotten an email from somebody saying, hey, FYI, your vial is above the 40 gram limit. Now, that being said, we had enough weight. And so the question came back to me, and I approved the flying of your vials. Even though you're not going to be able to win an award because you broke the rule, you are going to be able to still fly it. And you'll still get it back, still be able to do the experiments and all that stuff. So, all right, so that's good. Now, one of the things that we had and actually I'm watching a video of our mission base, which is great. We'll talk about that after we look at some of these videos. Part of the program was to do videos showing the some of the cadet programs before the launch, and then after the launch, we'll have a wrap-up video as well. Let's take a look. Like I said, I actually had the enjoyment to watch all of your videos over the last few days. They've been fantastic. There's a small handful of you, maybe 4 or 5, that it was mostly Vimeo people. A couple of the Vimeo videos looked like I got taken down. I went out there and they weren't there. They were, and there was somebody had a Google Drive I didn't have access to, but otherwise they seemed to be pretty good. So all right, so let's take a look at some of those videos.
Our experiment for the High Altitude Balloon Challenge will be to test the effect of high altitude atmospheric conditions on the accuracy of blood glucose monitor strips. We kicked off our project on May 5th, 2022 during our space education night, where we learned about Colonel Kittinger and his feat in the 1960s. He ascended in a hot air balloon to roughly 19 miles above the Earth, and he observed the effects of the atmosphere on his body. His curiosity and work in airspace inspired us to participate in this challenge. First, we reviewed the HAB challenge schedule and the experiment guidelines. We also looked at different ideas for our digital patch and our hand-drawn patch. We brainstormed 22 possible ideas and started narrowing down our options based on limitations. For example, one of our ideas was sending an orange peel or sprouted seeds into space, but we realized that it would rot and degenerate before the actual experiment.
We narrowed down our ideas further to 2 experiments and explored both. The first was the effect of high-altitude atmospheric conditions on the elasticity of rubber bands. We suspended the rubber bands with weights and used a tape measure to attempt to measure the breaking point, which introduced safety hazards to cadets. Because of that safety factor, we decided to abandon this experiment. Our second idea, and the one we ended up choosing, was the effect of high-altitude atmospheric conditions in space on the readings of blood glucose monitor test strips. Our hypothesis is that the high-altitude atmospheric condition will affect results of the blood glucose test strip.
Some items we need for this experiment are the blood glucose monitors, the blood glucose monitor strips, and the control solution to act as blood samples. Our testable question is, how does high altitude atmosphere in space affect the results of blood glucose test strips? Our hypothesis is that the biological enzyme on the test strips from the flight capsule will denature due to the high altitude atmosphere, and their readings will be inaccurate on the blood glucose test monitor. We do not have any limitations, medical or other, because we are using a control solution instead of a blood sample. We placed 10 blood glucose monitor strips into the 2 capsules, the flight capsule and control capsules. Once we receive the capsules again, we will measure the reading on the test strips with a control solution and compare the result.
Commercial space travel expands at a rapid pace, and NASA is no longer the only major player in space. In the near future, a person with some health compromises, such as pre-diabetic, could travel in space and stay on the moon or at the International Space Station. While there, they would need to measure their blood sugar accurately and keep it under control. This HAB challenge and our experiment has boosted our interest to pursue our career in space medicine, and we're excited to see where this takes us.
Our experiment for the High Altitude Balloon Challenge will be to test the effect of high altitude atmospheric conditions.
We're not ready for that yet. Hang on. Let me zoom back into me. Let's see. Okay. Before we played the next video, I just wanted to point out something. I'm a diabetic. So, you know, the fact that that team is thinking about the needs and the medical needs of people is, you know, science aside, that's just awesome. All right, let's go to what we're going to do is we're going to show 2 more of the cadet videos, and then we're going to take you in and give you a tour of our mission base. So let's go take a look at our second video.
My name is Cadet Second Lieutenant Aiden Leary. The Delaware Air National Guard Cadet Squadron has been learning about Colonel Joseph Kittinger for the past month and a half. Over this time period, we learned about Colonel Kittinger's career accomplishments, his time in service as a fighter pilot, and his time as a test pilot to the United States Air Force. During his time as a test pilot, Colonel Kittinger showed his selfless service to our country when he rode a balloon to the altitude of 102,800 feet and then jumped off the balloon. Colonel Kittinger's work not only improved military aviation of his time, but his wake is still felt today in military and civilian aerospace community.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Delaware Air National Guard Cadet Squad. We're going to interview some cadets for the High Altitude Balloon Challenge, and we're going to start with Cadet Oliver. So, Cadet Oliver, could you describe your experiment for us?
Yes, so I have 2 pieces of a heat shield tile from the space shuttle. I think this is really neat because this is from the Buran space shuttle, which was the Russians' version, and it only flew once. This is also from a test subject that was never flown. So I want to see if, when it goes up, if any cracks or abrasions happen on the corners and the edges.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to interview Cadet Aber for his High Altitude Balloon Challenge experiment. Cadet Aber, what is your experiment?
I'm Cadet Aber, and my experience is marshmallows. I think the marshmallow will shrink in size and become lighter because moisture will most likely be taken out.
Good evening again. Now we're going to interview Cadet Abdul Wahad for his High Altitude Balloon Challenge experiment. Cadet Abdul Wahad?
So what I have here is a crushed up Dorito chip, and my hypothesis on what will change with this is that because of the UV light up in higher parts of the atmosphere, that the Dorito chip will be bleached partially, so it may become a more whitish color. And also because Dorito chips aren't, 100% Dorito, they have some air in them that it may crack or even break even more than it already has.
We have 20 cadets, and we help with traffic duties or other jobs. If we won any prize money, we would put it towards more field trips so we could learn from other military leaders.
My name is Cadet Second Lieutenant Aiden Leary.
Ha! I knew I'd get in.
Welcome to Hogwarts. I'm Professor Snape and this is Professor McGonagall.
With the theme of health and wellness in mind, my first experiment is using Neosporin and testing whether its effectiveness in killing E. coli after returning from space is inhibited by radiation.
I will be seeing if the agar particle that I sent to space will become less effective because of the cold, harsh temperatures and the radiation in space. Let's hear from all of you.
I'm sending Duragon to space with just skin glue, and I think if it comes back, it will be less sticky and adhesive.
I'm going to be sending Performance Readiness cereal, and we're going to be testing for vitamin D and calcium. I believe that the calcium will stay the same and the vitamin D will go down.
I'm going to be sending a dental filling that releases fluoride to the stratosphere. I think that when the filling comes in contact with high levels of radiation, it won't be able to release fluoride effectively.
I'm sending contact lenses up into space. I think the low temperature and pressure will cause the contact lenses to overall shrink, and then once it's back down to the Earth, then it will expand bigger than its original size. I think its ability to block UV rays is going to decrease. I also going to be sending fluorescent strips up into space, which is a dye for your eye.
Welcome, children, to fluorescent drops.
Oh, geez, there's one too much.
Ronald Weasley! I'm trying to find supplies for our experiment. The fluoride must be around here somewhere.
That's a good idea, Hermione. I threw my contact lenses at home, but I'm going to get some new.
Yeah, of course you did.
Oh, what's this? Colonel Joe Kittinger? Who's that?
He's the person behind the hat project we are working on. He is also a part of Project Excelsior, in which he flew a high-altitude balloon at over 100,000 feet and became the first person to see the curve of the Earth.
Wow, I wonder if my new broom can go that high.
All right, that's fantastic. So I'm not certain that those were approved CAP uniforms, but we'll let you go. All right, so we are getting ready to go into the mission base. So I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till I see we have a little chat with the mission base folks with our production team, and they say they are ready. So let me bring in you guys. All right, you guys are unmuted. Welcome back to the show. If you're talking, I don't hear you.
Hey, Bob,
There
we
you are.
do not have good audio with them, so they can't hear you.
Okay.
But we thought we'd get.
Yeah, I'm losing you. So, all right. So what I'm going to do, Mike, is I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to mute you guys so it's not staticky in the background. And I'll talk a little bit about you have a good camera feed, though. So I'll talk about the mission base and all of that stuff. So hang on with the camera shot, and I'm just going to mute you. All right. So one of CAP's core missions is emergency services. So if you look at how CAP got started, if you remember the video in the very beginning, CAP was founded literally the day before the Pearl Harbor attack. So you're talking way back World War II. And so the primary mission then was a way for civilian pilots to be able to support their country in a time of war by flying up and down the coastline looking for enemy subs. And they did indeed find enemy subs. If I'm wrong, I'm apologize, but I'm pretty certain that they actually did drop. They used to they don't let us carry bombs anymore. But I think that they actually had like a little bomb. I don't think it sank the sub, but they were able to drop on it. So nowadays we don't have enemy subs that we're looking for, but yet we have an amazing set of missions that we do. Today, even though, we're only quote unquote, looking for these balloons, which you really don't need aircraft for, you really don't need drone teams for. This is incredible practice. So for these teams. And so what they have done is they have stood up a full mission base, multiple air crews, multiple ground crews. We have a communications. I think the person that we're seeing on the left there is communications. The lady that just stood up is Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Griffiths. And so, when a hurricane hits, there's not 3 months to plan for it, right? All of this is put together very quickly, and they practice over and over again. Some of our missions that we perform, we have hurricane preparedness. That's a big one, especially down here in the South where I am. That's a big one. And we have counter drug. Depending on the state, we can assist with that. We have one of the flights that I really enjoy is I call it a sundown flight. If you have a squadron that is near the Great Lakes, some of them will fly along the coastline. They'll look for any boats that may have have had engine problems and they're just kind of stuck out there on the water. Then they can radio back to the Coast Guard or to somebody else to come get them. We have, if you ever think about, how does the Air Force practice intercepting small airplanes? Let's say the president's flying to where I am, Greenville, South Carolina, and the president's going to fly into Greenville, South Carolina. What happens if a small airplane all of a sudden pops into Greenville, South Carolina? They're not supposed to be there. What happens? Well, F-16s are what's going to happen. And so Civil Air Patrol will actually practice as, a wayward pilot or worse. And the F-16s will practice with us, taking a look to see how to find us, how to intercept us, how to communicate with us, make us rock our wings. There's nothing I have not done with these flights yet. I am very much looking forward to it. And they don't release a lot of pictures and video, as you can imagine. So it's not something we can share with, unfortunately, just from security standpoint. But they practice, cutting the F-16s in front of the aircraft. If you're a pilot out there, and you're thinking about CAP, I highly recommend it. It is not a flight club. You're not going to come in and then go, I want to fly today, and then go flying and borrow a CAP airplane. That's not how it works. So, but if you want to take your love of aviation, your love of flying, and you want to spread that out to the youth of America, if you want to spread that out and serve an emergency services purpose, cadet programs, we want you. We want you. We need you. This nation needs you. You can take all that work that you did to get into aviation and become a pilot, and you can turn it into something much more than just, no offense, just flying a bunch of square patterns at a local airport. So there's so much more you can do. So inside of here, there's a good shot of Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Griffith. She's our incident commander today. She's been with us for a while on this program, helping to organize everything. Honestly, she's one of the smartest people I think I probably know. Let's see, she probably can't hear that. I don't know if she can hear me or not. But they'll probably be launching that second airplane in a second. All right, so I am ready to wrap up production. I'm going to kill from you. Okay, production, you're ready to go back to Brandon. I'm going to go ahead and show 3 more cadet videos, and then we'll come back to Brandon to talk about the ThinSat program. All right. And we do have some questions here. While we're playing the next cadet videos, I will go ahead and read your questions so that when I come back, I can answer your questions. All right, let's go ahead to this.
Hello everyone, my name is Cadet Link and welcome to the Potomac Highlands Composite Squadron's presentation of the 2022 High Altitude Balloon Challenge. Let's go.
I'm Cadet Jay Seville, and I was primarily focused on the design and implementation of our patch.
Hi, my name is Cadet Mayfield, and for the 2022 High Altitude Balloon Challenge, I focused on the planning and presentation of our video.
I'm Cadet Mung, and I collaborated with Cadet Mayfield in the making of the video, and as well as assisting the conduction of the experiment.
Hello, my name is Cadet T. Seville. My primary function for this experiment was to develop the experiment and package it.
Hi, my name is Cadet Link, and throughout this challenge, I was primarily focused on the production of the video, as well as the planning and execution of the experiment. We had a ton of fun and learned a lot of things.
In the beginning stages of this challenge, our team wasn't quite sure what we wanted our experiment to be. But after a couple brainstorming sessions, the team decided to investigate how electrical tape, clear tape, and saran wrap blocked out light. In order to test this, we used the chemical called silver chloride, which is known to be very reactive to light. On exposure to light, the silver chloride will turn from a vivid white to a dark gray. Inside our capsules, we placed small packages of silver chloride wrapped in each material. We also recorded the status of the silver chloride upon packaging with the grayscale. This will allow us to see how much it changed after being exposed to light at the edge of space. Since we're a smaller team, we decided it would be best to have each person focus on something they were interested in. Looking back on this now, we think it worked very well and was a great team-building experience. Regardless of the results of our experiment, our mission for this challenge is to push ourselves, collaborate on a common goal, and most importantly, have fun. We cannot wait for the launch of the 2022 High Altitude Balloon Challenge.
Hello, we are the High Altitude Balloon Challenge team representing the Raleigh-Wake Composite Squadron. We are
Cadet Captain Smith,
Cadet Airman Ames,
Cadet Tech Sergeant Chow,
Cadet Chief Master Sergeant Fine Nervous,
Cadet Staff Sergeant McManaman.
On August 16, 1960, Colonel Kittinger performed his historic jump to test if it was possible to land safely when ejecting at high altitudes, something critical to the safety of the Air Force pilots and future astronauts. Colonel Kittinger had to test a specially designed parachute. Inspired by Colonel Kittinger, we wanted to test materials that will help astronauts stay alive and well on Mars in the future. When we got together to brainstorm ideas for the experiments, we had 8 minutes to think of 8 ideas and put them on paper. After that was complete, we expanded on our ideas and presented them anonymously. We then used dot stickers to vote for our favorite ideas. After one round, we would eliminate the least voted on, discuss the remaining ideas, and repeat the process. We repeated it until we found ideas which everyone agreed on. The greatest problems our team faced were managing limited capsule space and coming up with experiments that would be able to legitimize the space to answer realistic concerns. We believe that in the future, humans will colonize the moon and Mars. 3D printing is going to be an important tool for off-planet manufacturing used to create a variety of equipment. Our first experiment is a set of 3D printed rings that will be tested for tensile strength. We believe that the rings which have been sent to space will have a lower tensile strength as opposed to rings that have remained on Earth. One concept for early Martian bases depicts mushrooms being used as food, medicine, and building materials. These mushrooms would need to be transported from Earth. Our second experiment, we use oyster mushroom spores and 2 mycelium plugs that we collected. Our hypothesis is that the near-space environment will not affect the growth of these spores. Our third experiment involves probiotic capsules. Because probiotics are essential to the health of astronauts on long missions, we need to know how the environment will affect probiotics. We think that probiotic capsules sent into space will be less active compared to the capsules kept on Earth. We were assisted in the early stages of our brainstorming by Julie Hoover and Jimmy Acevedo at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. These individuals answered our questions about the space environment and our experiments. In addition, we also talked to mycologist Natalia Strumila about mushroom spores and their growing conditions.
All right, Bugs, rent's due.
No!
Now, you have 3 options. You can either be evicted, go to a special program, or pay up.
I don't do the special program, please!
Oh, special program. Here you go, buddy.
I have a family!
What's going on over here?
Sir, we were just... Rent was due.
I see.
Yes, sir.
Carry on.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Pat Lopez.
Basically, we're trying to figure out if their pH level changed because they had carbonic acid in them, which is red dye number 4.
So when we have a diabetic person in our family, it changes a lot of things. We need a lot of supplies in order to take care of them, which is kind of why we wanted to tie this into setting up diabetic test strips, is because that's crucial to testing the A1C levels of a diabetic, which will be this little thingy right here. This is what will test your A1C levels, or your glucose levels, to see whether they're high.
All right. Those were some of the really great videos. Honestly, some of you, I probably want your help when we go to edit the final app video for the year. I think some of you have better skills than me. Let's see. Production team, FYI, I have you live. I hear you good there, Brandon. Brandon, let's see here. I had a couple of questions before we talk about the satellites.
Yeah,
which I see you've got.
Absolutely.
So can you tell us a little bit about how are the balloons actually being tracked?
So we have a system that's going in. It's actually, the cool thing is that to connect to the satellites, it's the exact same tracking program that we go and we use on our satellites as well. Not in terms of the interface you're seeing, but the actual system. So we have what's called an iStar S4 radio that's connected to that, which works with the Iridium network. And Iridium is they do a lot of stuff with satellite phones, but they also do a ton of things with communication between low orbit and higher up. So they have a constellation of about 40 satellites that are up there that we're able to connect to. And we have basically a transponder that is connected onto the top of it's not actually a transponder, it's a signal connection between the two in order for it to be FAA completely approved, but it goes in, it sends up its position to the satellite sends it back down to the ground station, which we're able to get through the tracking program that you're watching right there. And we've used some different ones in the past. For those who are really into this stuff, that maybe have heard about Global Star, we've used them some. They're starting to go, and there's some migration with that happening a little bit. So we've gone to Iridium, and it's been really good because we can actually get new GPS data points about every 15 seconds is like our cap that we have. So you can see how close together those are, even during that point in terms of when we're getting that intense jet stream and all of those things as well. So we're getting some really solid data coming back to us that's showing us that vertical speed and that altitude. Possibility of some cutout a little bit, especially when that balloon falls, but we've been really happy being able to get that constant connection that's taking place there.
Yeah, it was interesting. I'm looking at the data here, and first of all, they're still only 4,000 feet apart from each other.
Yep.
They're holding that 4,000 feet. That's pretty cool.
The curl on the green one's interesting to see how that decided to curl back a little earlier in terms of the strength of the two. There was that little delay in launch from one to the other. So I think that balloon too caught up a little bit closer, and they both started curling at this similar to each other, a little bit different off there, but yeah, it is cool to see. And you can just see the blue one starting to make the curl right now as well.
Yeah, it looks like if I look at when that curl started right around 55 to 60,000 feet.
Yep.
And we're at 54,000 feet right now. So 55,000 feet. So if history is a guide, and it changes a little bit throughout the day, but these are still pretty close together, as far as time wise. We should start to see that curl come back. It is interesting to me that, we see it coming back to the west. I always think of the airflows, going west to east.
Well, and that's what we're used to seeing here on the ground all the time, but it's because those airs up in the stratosphere are moving the opposite direction.
Yep. Let's see. I did have another question here. How fast does it fall with the parachute, and how fast would it fall without?
That's a great question. I have had it where the parachute has gotten tangled up before, and we fell very quick. We're talking somewhere around 30 to 40 meters per second on the way back down again. So you're talking,
90
about
miles
100 miles an hour or so
yeah.
coming. So yeah, you're talking that too. That parachute, 99.9% of the time, there isn't any problem. That opens up in there too. There was one time where it went and there got to be a tangle on that loop on the top. But other than that, that thing opens up. We actually come back down pretty smoothly on the way back down again. And so, if we're going up at 5, we might be coming back down at about, 10 meters per second, which is about, 30 feet per second on the way back down again. So.
That's awesome. This is the time when we start getting excited, right? Because Balloon 2 is at 80, almost, it's probably 87,000 feet now. So
yeah, you're talking anytime.
We're getting close to 100,000 feet now. We're getting close. I think last year, we had one that popped just under 100,000 feet, and the other one popped at 103,000 feet. So we are getting close.
And that window, once you get above that 90,000 feet, that 90 to 110,000, just regardless of the size of the balloon, regardless of what you use, there's kind of a threshold in there that's like, once you get above 100,000 feet, you're literally talking any second. Even now, I'd say, at any point we might start seeing a descent here. Hopefully we keep going up, but you get it pretty steady up there. And then there's that range of about 20,000 feet that almost all of them tend to pop it. And it just depends where in that range you're going to be.
Yeah, it is interesting. The meters per second still looks about the same. But yeah, we're just about to hit 90,000 feet on balloon 2. Brandon, what I'd like to do is I'm going to monitor this. I think we've probably got about 5 or 10 minutes before we're going to see something exciting here happening.
Yep.
Colonel Joe, I'm going to cut back to you in just about another 30 seconds or so.
30 seconds. But yeah, we're
Okay. And production team FYI, I can hear Florida now, so that's good. So let's see. So if we can cut over production team to Florida, and then we'll cut Brandon's audio off. And let's see here. All right, I think I've got you back. Colonel Joe, can you hear me good?
yes, I can.
Great. Colonel Joe, we are excited. We're almost at our apogee here. It looks like we're just at 90,000 feet, about to break 90,000 feet, and the tracking is looking great. So I did have before I ask any more questions, I wanted to see if you had anything else that you wanted to talk about, because I didn't want to out-talk you.
I would, thank you, Bob. You know, above our Earth, there is a river of air. Around the whole world, there's a river of air. The higher you go, it gets to be increasing volumes. And we have winds as high as 200 miles an hour, just 5-6 miles above our atmosphere. At this time of the year, the winds are almost negative at altitude. As it gets into the springtime, they get extremely high and always out of the west. And then in the springtime, as summer starts, the winds start coming out of the east. And July, September, October, the winds out of the east are almost negative winds. And August, by the way, is the best month to launch high altitude stratospheric balloons, because that's when the upper winds aloft are the less. So this is a great time of the year, and Indiana is a great place to launch balloons because there's a lot of wide open country spaces to recover the balloons. And this time of the year, the balloons do not go that far. There's some time of the year, if you waited for an hour, you would go over 200 miles.
Wow. Which
makes the recovery much more difficult. So this is the optimum time of the year to do a balloon flight. Now, the balloon ascent is based upon the free lift they put in the balloon. And that's sometimes difficult to evaluate. Some balloons have 8% free lift, some of them have 12. And if they're 12%, they'll go up at 1,500 feet per minute. And if it's 8%, they'll probably go up at 600 feet per minute. So all that is varied upon the free lift that they give into these big weather balloons. Very few weather balloons get above 100,000 feet. And most of the data in the world is only up to 80,000 feet, because that is the altitude that most weather balloons will get to. Above 80,000 feet, not all of them survive. What they do around the world is they use 80.
I lost the audio.
The powerful forces of nature that formalize the weather in our world. So this altitude balloon research and the weather is extremely vital to the welfare of our nation, welfare of our planet, because that tells the scientists the information they need to predict weather patterns.
Now, Joe, let me ask you a quick question. So, and just so you know, because I know you mentioned a few of them get above 80,000, balloon 2 is now at 93,000. And so we're just about to break that 100,000, man. We're getting close. Balloon 1 is a little underneath it, about 10,000 feet underneath it at 84,000. And we're just starting to see that curl on balloon 3, which is down at 60,000 feet. So let me ask you a question. So with all the work that you've seen done, that you've done, your teams have done, and throughout, even today, the current work being done with balloons today, why is that important for space flight?
Well, it's vital because they have to have the correct wind trajectory for low altitudes, for launch and for recovery and safety. All of that information is needed because it also predicts the weather pattern around the west of the world. So it's vital. For example, if they take off from Cape Canaveral, the first abort base would be in Cape Canaveral. So they get to a certain altitude. If they have an emergency, they can turn around and land back at Cape Canaveral. A few minutes later, they must continue going until they get to Europe, and they land in a base in Spain. So all of this weather information is so vital to the space program, to the safety of the program. So the go no-go decision is based upon the weather. And frequently you'll see on weather flights, there's beautiful weather at the launch site, but they cancel because of the winds around the world. So that gives you some insight into how important these high altitude weather balloons are.
Yeah, and that was actually the case last week. The weather was good. We had good weather, but it was the high altitude winds that canceled us. So now, one thing, Colonel Joe, I know that you are a big proponent of, and it's so important, especially, you talk about these programs like we're doing today, which, in the grand scheme of things is a minor program compared to like the space program. But it gives you a small taste, and that's the teamwork that's required. Can you tell us a little bit about the teams that you were involved in and what made the teamwork between those teams so important?
Well, to do programs like we did, it really takes three things. You have to have confidence in your equipment, you have to have confidence in your team, you have to have confidence in yourself. When you have a team working on the same objective, you have all these different ideas, all these initiatives, all these different brain power that's there within a group. You get much more benefit out of a team effort because they're all working toward the same goal, but they all have different perspectives. So you build faith and confidence because of that teamwork. So it's vital. And that's the reason why this program is so interesting, because the aerospace team, the cadets, put together a team. They work together, they're in it together, and it teaches the right lessons.
Absolutely. Now, can you tell us a little bit, for those of us that, that are really interested and have learned a lot about, the first jumps, tell me a little bit about the program director and how important and how you all, it was the first time that you'd ever done anything like this. Like people always say, like, you stand on the shoulders of the people, before you, right? There's very few people that can do something big without the importance of the people that they've learned from. So the program director that you first worked with, Excelsius, how did your team handle all of the challenges that got thrown at you as you were basically figuring it out for the first time?
Well, we were going into an area that had never been explored before. No one had ever gone up into a space environment in a pressure suit. No one had ever gone that high to perform an escape maneuver. So we were involved in a unique area. So we had to be very careful and methodical to make sure that we covered all aspects of the challenge, all aspects of the peril. So we were very attuned to the fact that there was no predecessor to what we were doing, but we worked together as a team. We had the same goals, the same objective, and we did dozens of altitude chamber test flights. We did check the pressure suits, parachutes, to dummy tests at high altitude, everything we could do to make certain that it was as safe as possible for a person. So we didn't have any precedent to go with, but we built the precedent for the test program that we established.
Now, when we take a look at today, right, with SpaceX, the commercialization of flight, we have lots of conversations about going back to Mars, developing landers. That is all stuff that, we're looking now at putting a human being on another planet. Now, the moon was an incredible, because it's never happened before, right? So the moon was an incredible success story and quite an incredible race. And, and when you we look at the military options and things like that, I love the space races. You can take the brightest, of all these countries, and you start just running for a goal. Like you said, you set a goal and you just don't look away from it. You just keep going for it. And it seems like, between the reusable rockets, that has just fired up people's imaginations. It's bringing the cost of space exploration down. And now the thought of going to Mars and putting a human being on another planet, not just the moon that is, going around our planet, but actually going to another planet. What do you think that's going to mean for not even the United States, but just for society, just for human beings?
Well, first of all, to go to Mars is a fantastic challenge. There's so much more we need to know before we can do it safely. It is a goal that's nice to think about, but it's going to take a tremendous amount of research. To give an example, if we go to the moon, we can pretty much decide when we want to depart there to come home. We go to Mars, it's going to take over a year to get there, a year of travel.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get there, they have to be there for over a year before the Earth and Mars are in the position where they could launch from Mars to get back to Earth. So that means if they land on the moon and they have an emergency, they have to wait 1 year before they can come back to the Earth. So there are a lot of challenges. The Earth, the atmosphere on Mars is almost a vacuum. So they'll have to, anytime they go outside, they'll have to be in a pressure suit. So there's tremendous challenges. The logistics, the food, the water, the power, all of this are things that are not going to be easy to solve. So it's a great goal to have. I hope it's attainable, but it's going to be a tremendous accomplishment if it's ever done, because of all of the different challenges that we have to go to the closest planet to our Earth, Mars. It's a great goal. I hope it's attainable, but it's not going to be easy, and it's going to be extremely expensive.
Right.
It's going to have to take the whole world working together to make it happen.
And I hope that the world does come together to work on those types of big goals. That's going to take everybody. It's obviously a very worthwhile goal to have. The other thing that's always amazing to me when I think about Mars is, the moon is very far away. If something bad happens, the risk associated is incredible. But in theory, I could see them getting something to Mars, a recovery mission, or a safety mission, or a resupply mission, relatively, quote unquote, easily. Nothing's easy about it, but compared to going to Mars, it'll be like a picnic. So the people that are the first people that are going to go to Mars, they have to bring everything with them. They have to bring all the spare parts. Things are going to break. Nothing lasts forever. So yeah, I mean, just the courage is incredible for that. Being in a spaceship for a year. I hope it's comfortable.
Bob, before we leave,
yeah,
let me just make one statement. That number one balloon, which was launched first, is lower than the number two balloon, which was launched after it.
Right.
And the reason is one or two reasons. They had more free lift in balloon number two, or the weight of the payload was more on balloon number one. One of those two things have happened to show the difference in altitude.
Mm-hmm.
One of them that was launched first is the lowest. So I use some idea of the association between weight and between free lift that they put into the balloon.
Yeah, and to that point, balloon 2, the green balloon for the folks that are watching online, it has popped. I can tell that because its vertical speed is minus 33 meters a second. So it is falling at a pretty significant speed, which it will do until the atmosphere starts to thicken up a little bit. Because at that atmosphere, it's only about 1% atmosphere, correct? About 100,000 feet, about 1% atmosphere?
No, it's about 4.
4%? Okay. That's actually good to know. So it's a 4%.
Same as Mars.
Oh, okay. So the second balloon is still climbing. It is at just about 95,000 feet. And so we'll see, to your point, so it probably was a little heavier. So we'll see if it gets up as high as its brother here. But I will say, they are tracking right alongside each other. So it'll be kind of fun to see if we'll see balloon 2 actually come down through the cameras of balloon 1. That'll be pretty exciting if we can get that shot. So let's see here.
You're very fortunate. You're very lucky if it happens.
Yeah. That's true. We're gonna find the cadet that's got the best eyesight possible, because the rest of us people my age with my eyesight, it all looks like a blurry mess probably. And we do see that what I call the money balloon, that balloon, the third balloon, it is still climbing good at 5 meters per second. It is at 70,000 feet. And it has started its curl as well. So it does look like we're actually going to get all 3 balloons are going to land kind of like right in line with each other, which is going to be really nice. The ground teams are going to have a much easier time of getting from spot to spot than we had last year. All right. So if it's okay with you, Colonel Joe, I'm going to let you go for a little bit. You can kind of relax a little bit. I'm going to come back to Brandon, and I see Brandon's about ready to set up. Yep, I see him getting ready. We're going to come back to him because we're going to talk to him about the ThinSat program and these really small satellites that they're doing for education. Okay. Thanks, Colonel Joe.
You're welcome, Bob.
All right, Brandon, you're back.
Awesome. It's great watching these flights. I love seeing these coming through, seeing that first one. Like,
All right.
talking about the idea about where they can go and get in there popping. I'm really curious if that other one's going to be able to hit that threshold, because I was talking with our chief engineer and it looks like we hit around 98,000 for the first one. Yep. So we were close to, not quite at. That's a really hard threshold to hit that one with just the right conditions. But hey, we got 2 more going up, and the best option might be on that third one, that blue one. That one there had about 75% of the weight the first 2 did. So we were able to put less in that balloon. And because we were able to put less in the balloon, there's more room for that balloon to expand because there's less already in it. And that means we could get a little bit more space and maybe a little bit more height out of that one.
That's awesome. So, I'll tell you what, let's talk about the ThinSat, but in the back of your head, in case I forget, I'm very forgetful. So if I forget, when we come back after we get done talking with the ThinSats, talk us through, you know what, we've got a few minutes because these are going to have to take a little while to come down. We'll go to the ThinSats next. So talk us about the variables of, how much weight is underneath and how you determine how much gas to put in, and then how fast they go, how room for expansion, how high they can go. Run us through how that works a little bit.
So there's a few factors that are going to factor in there in terms of how high we can get the balloon up. The size of the balloon, we're flying 1,500 gram balloons right now, which are pretty good for getting that higher atmosphere. But what's really interesting is that once you get above that in size-wise, all the way up to 3,000 gram balloon, there isn't really a guarantee in terms that you're going to be able to get above that 100,000 feet for sure, because that's just this really interesting point that's a tricky thing to be able to get across. So when you hit the 100,000 feet, you're really set. After that, it comes down to the weight. The less weight, the less air we have to put in the balloon to get that 5 meters per second lift. Because, for example, balloons 1 and 2, they weigh about 8 pounds. So multiply that by 1.5 to give us that 15 feet per second lift. And that put us at about 12 pounds of lift in the actual balloon. We can go up to 18 and still be under the requirements of FAA. But for all the additional air we have to put in the balloon, that's that much less that it can expand by the time it goes up before it's going to burst. Balloon 3, the one that's trailing behind, that one there, instead of putting in 12 pounds, we only had to put in 8 pounds. So that one's going to have, ideally more room to be able to expand before it bursts. But again, there's so many factors. What did the balloon's conditions go through on the flight? These balloons on the way up, when they go through the first part of the troposphere, are going from ground temperature, which is around 60 to 70 degrees, to minus 60 degrees. Then they go and they hit what's called the tropopause, which is the change to the stratosphere, and then they warm back up to 32 degrees. So you get this drastic, almost 100-degree temperature change from ground to 60 degrees below freezing, back up to 32 when you're above the ozone layer. Once it pops, you're reversing that path all the way back down again. Add on top of that the stress when the balloons are on the ground, the stress when the balloons are in the atmosphere in terms of the jet stream, and there's a lot of factors that play into this that can go and contribute just how much they do. And I can see we just dropped below the stratosphere and that green balloon now. That green balloon's starting to drop and it's going to reverse that path on the way back down again. So those are some of the conditions. Yeah, you can see we're already at 55,000 feet after popping. So we are, and that's about right, that 15 meters per second back down. Our parachute's opening up and is catching that on the way. So, and that will slow down a little bit, but it does come down faster.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, it's, man, I love this stuff. All right. So
me too.
All right, so let's talk about because I know like in about 10 minutes we're going to be starting to look at ground teams and airplanes launching for recovery. So let's take a few minutes. Let's talk about what you have there on the desk. What is this green thing? Is that like some Lego?
Well, this is what we're really, really excited about. So, like I said, Near Space Launch has done a lot relating to with actual balloon satellites and those things. They actually have 800. They have about 800 systems of subsystems that have been up into space. They just celebrated their 100th satellite in orbit this last year. The goal, though, is to get the kids opportunities to launch this stuff. You know, there's this mindset of that, hey, if I want to get something to space, I'm going to need millions of dollars. I'm going to have the right connections and the right program. And to be able to go and get to some of those lower levels of outer space actually is a lot more feasible than what people realize. So there's a couple things that we've gone and we've done at Near Space Education. One of them is our engineers have gone and designed a common board. And this common board is a part of our program that we're calling Pathways to Space. And the idea is that you can take a board like this or a similar board, and you could start doing some basic programming, soldering, and wiring right in the classroom. Come up with some basic, simple experiments. From there, I can take this and I can fly this in a balloon. In fact, Balloon 3 that's flying right now has one of our sensor boards in it that we're hoping is going to collect temperature, pressure, 2 different types of UV. It's going to pick up a number of different light frequencies as well that we're going to be able to share with the cadets so they can have a lot of solid data to look at from the flight as well to see how their experiments went through. But then I can take this board, and this smaller version right here can then go and fit inside what's called our ThinSat. And basically these ThinSats are taking what's called the CubeSat for people who have looked into the a little bit before, which is simply just kind of a size, and we've sliced them up. So one half of this goes and contains all the information needed to actually fly it in space. So you have what is called your telemetry information, you have your power supply, you have your communication, all that. The other half, the student's payload goes and fits in. So whatever they want to go and they want to fly, whether it's one of our boards we have here, maybe they have their own board they want to design, that fits in the other half of the box, and then they can go and collect their own data from their system that's up in space as well. So we've actually done 2 ThinSat launches already. We had 60 go up first in 2019, and then another 30 go up in 2021. And we're looking at getting in and wanting to find more partners that are going to jump in and are interested in launching some more of these with their school as well.
All right, so quick update. So all that was great, and I want to talk about that in a second. So, but we got to talk about this. So it was right at 998,000 or not 990,000, 99,800 feet on the one recording, and then the next recording it came down. So I got it. Like when we get this thing down, are we going to be able to tell if we hit 100,000, or is this all we can see?
We have some ways to go and look at a little bit of the other information from those points that came from, while compared to some of the other data that we have back at our headquarters.
Yep. From
some of the data we can pull from, we have some really nice graphs to read through, but it's going to be around in that range. The question is, did we get that extra 500 feet to crack the 100,000 or not?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, if we didn't, hey, 99,000, that's nothing to complain about. That is an amazing thing. But to be that close, it's like that mystical line that's just like, nope. kind of thing on your way up. So
that's right. It is something about those weird numbers, you know.
Yeah.
So all right. So these So now these are the program you're talking about, the ThinSats. So now I'm actually very interested. And actually, I'll tell you what, I want to go out because we still have about 100 different groups that are watching online.
Yeah.
So if you're watching online, and if you're if you're not in a CAP, maybe you're a high school teacher. If you would be interested in being part of a program to do this, I'm going to leave this out for the CAP people first. If you would be interested to do this, I can tell you right now, Dr. Jeff Montgomery is probably watching, and he's probably saying, Bob, don't tell him we're doing this. So I'm not saying we're doing this. There's no discussions to say we're doing this, but I would be interested to know if you're a cadet squadron or you're a cadet, would you be interested, in doing something like this? Doing a project. Obviously, not every unit's going to get their own satellite. We would do something together. As one CAP satellite, but walk us through how a project like that, and if you're interested in that, go ahead and say that on the chat. I'd be interested to see who might be interested in something like that. So walk us through how that might work. So let's say CAP or a school or another organization gets together and they want to launch. What is the capabilities of one of these little satellites? Can we talk to it? Is it there communications to it, or is it just?
So there's some opportunities for things that we've gone into new systems now with going and switching over to what's called the Iridium network, that we can now send commands up to the satellites as well. The actual details in terms of all the little information in that, it would take me a while to share all of those parameters of what that would need to be under. But basically, you go and you have a certain size and you have a certain constraints in there, but it does support a number of different simple, you can either have simple experiments, or you can have more complex ones as well that would go and would all fit within the 1/2 of this basically slice of bread is what we're looking at, about the size of it, if you can see. And then they feed out in the form of an actual string here. So you're going in, starting off in when we go through this with other groups, with universities or high schools and middle schools that have been involved before, they'll start with just some basic stuff in the lab. They might start with one of our boards. They might design their own board, and then they'll go and they'll determine what kind of experiment they'll have to do. They'll break into teams. They'll meet with our engineers to go through what are called our preliminary flight evaluation and our critical design review in terms of, hey, is this going to meet all the qualifications? There are so many requirements, the boxes that you have to check if you want to get something into space. Fortunately, with the heritage of NSL, we have all of those things that we know we need in order to do that kind of stuff and get those so that they're completely licensure. So you go, you meet all the requirements. They go through a variety of testing as well. So people design their payloads at their school. They meet with our engineers. They send those in to us. We test them on what's called a vibe table to see how they work in terms of the vibrations. We put them in a thermal vac to see how they work with vacuum of space and also the temperature that's going to be impacted as well during that time. And if it meets all of those and all the requirements, then we can go and we can send them up on a rocket. And we have done this twice now in less than a year. Most satellites, when you're looking at college and universities that try to do these things, it's a multi-year process. The reason why we like this and we're so excited here is that the same group of students can start in the classroom, can go through the whole process, and then at the end, you can go and you can actually jump in and start doing one of these yourself in terms of like, you've got it all the way through. Now you get to analyze the data, as long as, there's a couple of things in terms of, some other issue with a rocket going up, that kind of thing. But for the last 2 times we've done this, we had the whole program done in an entire year. So those same kids who started the program were able to see it all the way to the end, as opposed to a 4 or 5 year process.
That's awesome. Yeah. And I'm just following the chat online.
Yeah.
And there's, it's what I expected. We have all these people in aerospace education. What are they going to say? No, Captain Roberts, I do not want to put something into space. I have no interest whatsoever in going into space. So of course, everybody's interested. This is great. One question we had from earlier, going back to the balloons. So barometric pressure.
Yep.
So I think we're looking for a legal loophole. So could something actually have broken 100,000 feet, but because of the barometric pressure, it just doesn't record? Or is it not how it works?
Are you talking about guessing the altitude based off the barometric pressure?
Yeah, does barometric pressure change the altitude that's being recorded? Or when we get to that altitude, it doesn't matter.
That's running, not on the tracker here. The tracker here, it's just commuting. It's a direct line between that and the satellite. I mean, we normally fly these ones on satellites that are, 200 to 300 kilometers above the space, so they are not impacted at all by pressure.
Right.
Some simple sensors that you can use that go and determine altitude do run on barometric pressure, and I wish that was a loophole where I could say, give or take 1,000 feet. So yeah, we went a hub, and hopefully too, but no, the one that's on those actual trackers is really dialed into the distance between where it's at and the satellites that it's communicating with. It gives us a pretty accurate reading.
Okay. And FYI, so Balloon 3 now is doing its thing. It's still climbing at 5 meters per second, and it is just about to pass 83,000 feet.
Well, let's go. Let's hope that one's got what we need on it to go with those, because these payloads, they like I said, those 12 pounds, that's a pretty heavy payload to be going, or those 8 to 9 pounds on there. So hitting right at that number, that's a pretty good number to be going and getting to, but that third one's got our best shot.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm all about rounding errors, and I'm going to assume that that second balloon, because I think we saw 99 in like 860 or something, like 140 feet or something. So so we may dig it. That thing, I'm gonna say that it hit 100,000 feet and it popped at 100,000 feet.
That is on there. That's what we're going with. Captain Bob has said it, so that is set. We're going with it.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure it's in the newspapers. Captain Bob, 100,000 feet, we made it. All right, so we'll keep watching the third one here as well. I did get a question actually from you guys on site. So I don't know if this came from my production director, but he said, question for Brandon: what skills does a teacher or squadron need to design or build a ThinSat?
Great question. Biggest thing, imagination, a desire to want to go and to try on something new, a desire to go and to be willing to confront challenges, because these things don't go straight through the first time. You got to be willing to go, and you got to be willing to battle when things come up. If you're talking about actual skills needed, I started off with a complete background in biology and teaching. I had very little background in programming. I had less background in circuitry building. But the way that they've gone and we designed it and we're trying to go and we put together in our curriculum is to make it so that it is doable for anybody to jump in. And we have a really helpful team. My school flew one of these satellites in 2021, and they were asking me, do you want to build your own? And first of all, I was like, well, I'd love to. I don't have the time. Second of all, I don't even know where to begin, but I worked with the team that was on site there at NSL before joining the team. And I told them, hey, this is the things I'd love to see. These are the ones I had on there. And then they were able to customize the sensor. That's why we designed this board in the first place, was to be able to go give this to a teacher that's at any level and say, okay, you want to fly something in space, you have a basic idea. We've done a lot of the hard work to design the board for you. But then if you're like, hey, I really enjoy this stuff, I want to come up with my old thing, awesome. We love seeing that creativity and ingenuity as well. And that's why we have the parameters and we have those design review processes for people who want to go beyond and want to try to do their own thing as well. So we make sure it's within those requirements. So if I can go and if I can do it with my background in biology, not knowing this stuff in here too, then I think we can go and we can jump on with almost anybody who's like, yeah, I want to go and I want to get something from our school up into space.
Okay. I'm a big fan. Question for you now: do you tend to work with one rocket launch company or partner more than the others? So like SpaceX versus ULA versus.
We've worked with a number of different ones. We've worked with stuff from SpaceX. We've worked with groups of Firefly. We've worked with Virgin Orbit, and that's a cool one if you want to see, because on the Virgin Orbit, they actually take it up on one of the giant, what's the really big Boeing's called? Boeing 737?
747?
Yeah, so they have that, and they have a rocket underneath next to the engine on one of the wings, and they take that thing up, they point that thing straight up, they fire off the rocket, and then they peel off to the side.
Oh, wow.
We've been ones on there too, so we have a number of different launch providers because the number of these are increasing more and more. We've been on the Antares rockets from Northrop Grumman in Virginia for our last two launches, so there's a variety of options that are in play that of groups that we've worked with.
Now, how long will they stay in orbit before they deorbit and they burn up?
They actually stay up about 3 to 5 days. Okay. There are some things there with some of ours that will stay up longer. Like there's one where we have what's called a rideshare mission for a lot of groups that are looking at stuff from like at a college perspective, where we can actually stay on a ring in orbit for 3 to 5 years. But these little guys, they only go up about, only 200,000 kilometers. It's not that high up there. But yeah. You are technically into what's called the extreme low Earth orbit. So you will orbit the Earth at about 7,000 miles a second. You're going. You'll orbit the whole Earth in about 90 minutes, and you'll do that for several hundred times, and then 2 to 3 days later, they'll burn up and they'll re-enter on the way back in again. Which also works out great too, because the big reason we got into this is because it also reduces the space debris, because we don't have all these constellations of satellites up there that are just orbiting indefinitely. These burn up on the way back in. We can collect the data on the orbit on the way back in as well, which is what my group was really interested in doing. And then you get to look at that gold that comes back in that data, and it's really exciting.
Wow, that's cool. All right. Well, yeah, as you can imagine, everybody's interested about that. So, all right. So all the CAP units out there, start working on your fundraising teams. Let's make this happen.
Yeah, and if you guys if there's more interest in there, like I said, as we want to go, we're really excited too. There's, especially up here in the Indiana area, in April of 2024, the solar eclipse is coming right through this area. And we're working on putting together a big group of people wanting to launch balloons. So if there's people interested in how do we get started with this, how can I start getting balloons going at my school or some of these programming things, we'd love to jump in and starting it too. Our website literally is just www.nearspaceeducation.org. And then you can reach out to me, and I'd be happy to go and get back to you from there as well.
That's great. Yeah, balloon. So we'll just keep everybody up to date here. We're definitely the parachute's doing its thing. You can definitely tell we're getting into the thicker atmosphere now. So we're at 23,000 feet. We're dropping at 7.5 meters per second. We can see that it's getting traveled a lot more too.
Yep.
So it's spreading out a little bit further. And we're seeing, again, it's fun when we launch them right side by side to see the differences. So we're under 50,000 feet now. So we're at, just got updated, 42,000 feet with a 12 meters per second drop rate on balloon 1. And then our money balloon.
I lost the live feed on that. 90. So tell me the number, Bob. I'm waiting. What are we at?
We're at 90.
We're at 90,000. Okay,
we're
still going up.
Still going up. We're at 4.5, still going up. Now, it is interesting. I had expected it to start to plateau. And maybe it is, and maybe it's just the frequency of the data isn't showing it. But I expected it to like slow to like from 5, which is what we kind of seen the whole time. And then when we got up higher, I kind of expected it to slow down to 4 and then 3 and then kind of hover a little bit and keep going up a little bit longer and kind of hover a little bit. But it doesn't. It kind of like holds that 4 to 5 until it pops.
It will go pretty standard, in fact, and we'll be able to go. And one of the cool things is we'll have a lot of this data we can pull from to share with people later. But you'll watch the flight path going on the way up, and it's pretty a straight line all the way up. And then you'll go and you get to the pop, and then you'll see a pretty drastic drop, but then a low curve on the back end of it when we go and that parachute eventually opens. So you see this climb back up there. That's a pretty steady rate. You'll see a pop, and then you'll see kind of this curve coming back down where we have a quick drop, and then it eventually slows back down again when that parachute opens up.
Okay. What we're going to do, Brandon, is my production team is saying that we're going to swing over to talk to our incident commander, Lieutenant Colonel Griffith, and talk a little about the next steps here. It doesn't seem like we've launched the airplane yet, or if we did, I'm just not showing it in FlightAware. So we'll talk about that. And if it's okay with you, so let me ask you this question before I drop you. So we're dropping at 8 meters a second. For those that are, so, I mean, I know the answer, but for those out there, 8 meters a second is roughly how many miles per hour? People are asking, how fast is that miles per hour?
Oh,
it's about 20.
Off the top of my head like that.
It's 28 miles per hour, I think, right? Let's see. I'm going to say, so 5.3 is 12. Yeah.
Who's got it fastest?
So I'm going to say it's about 20 miles an hour, give or take. We're getting that answer for the live stream. So, all right. So production team need to clear her here before I get her set up. All right. So what we're gonna do, Brandon, can you hang out while are you going out with the team to capture to recover? Or are you hanging out there, or are you going home?
We actually got it all set. I was the one jump in and check in with you guys, and then we already have it all lined up for. We want to get a chance that they can get a chance to look at the data a little bit more, and since we're so close by, Lieutenant Dean and Lieutenant Ross are going to drop it off later. So we want to stick around and explain our program a little bit, but then after that, we're going to let you guys go and run it all the way through to the end, and we'll pick up our stuff later. So,
okay. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that conversation? So explain to us your program now, and this way we can let you guys go. And then we're going to talk to Colonel Griffith, and then we'll go back to Colonel Joe. So I think that'll work out well. And then we'll be on our way to go pick up the balloons.
Sounds great.
All right, we're tracking. We're at 92,000 feet on balloon 3. So maybe by the time we're done, we'll have an answer if this got to 100,000. So tell us a little bit about your program.
Well, basically, like we've been talking about before, the whole goal we have is to be able to go and to get teachers to have opportunities and realize some potentials they maybe didn't see in there. When I first had someone came to me about the idea of high altitude balloon launch, I'm like, well, that's an overwhelming process. I can't even imagine what we'd get into there. And then once I started learning the details about what it involves, I'm like, you know what, that's actually very doable. And that's providing an experience that I can't remember ever getting when I was in high school, and don't remember hearing anybody else get as well. So a lot of what we're doing, like I said, at Near Space Education is we're wanting to go and we're wanting to have these kids and these opportunities, whether it go and they be from the rural settings we have here in Indiana where they don't have the same resources. Maybe it's in Title I schools, maybe it's in unrepresented areas, places where they're not getting the opportunities to experience these kind of things, and showing, hey, this is actually a really simple process where you can get some really incredible actual practices with the scientific method, with what are called the science and engineering standards in terms of let's come up with an experiment, let's design what we're going to do, let's fly down the balloon. Let's analyze that data. Let's come to some conclusions and decide what we're going to do next time. That's the whole goal of what we're having here, is we want to get those people experiences, and we want to go and help prepare people to open their eyes to what's available for them when they get to on the other side of high school as well. And then for those who are wanting to go and continue into these areas, giving them the experiences that will help them to be successful once they get off to college as well. So that's what we're going and trying to do with our program here, reaching out to that group, reaching out to students, whether it be from things like space camps, balloon launches, whether we go and we help you guys launch your own balloon, or you purchase the equipment from us and we walk you through the steps, or then even when it comes to getting some stuff into space as well. So we're excited about what we have with our platform. We're excited about the team that we go and have done this for the last 15 years and have developed a lot of success from it, and really getting into the local areas and even national as well, in terms of, hey, how can we go and, just like the kids that are involved here with the Civil Air Patrol, get them in a really incredible STEM experience that's going to go and stick with them as they continue through in their education years.
Okay, unmute myself. That's awesome. Well, Brandon and team, from Near Space, thank you very much for all your help today. Like I said, the whole conversation of helium and hydrogen became a very real conversation for us.
Yeah.
And it became a real challenge. And your team's expertise really helped to ensure that we had our launch today. So really appreciate everything you guys have done.
Oh, we love this. I mean, this is exactly why. This is why I went into teaching. This is why I went into this now. Giving the opportunity to have these kids go and see this wow experience about something they jumped into. I mean, it's absolutely incredible thing. So you go and you stand up, hey, you want to launch a balloon? I'm there. So this was a fantastic day, great people to work with, and we're absolutely love doing this kind of stuff, and would love to keep doing it again with you guys or whoever else who want to jump in.
Awesome deal. All right, Brandon, well, thank you very much. My production team, FYI, I am going to go full screen on me. I'll release you guys there on the production side. This way you guys can set up for Jamie. Just let me know once Jamie is ready. With that, Brandon, thank you so much. I really appreciate everything, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, you, Captain Bob. Appreciate it.
I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So that is, let me turn off them so you don't listen to them. Or do you want to do that? Listen to the production team when they don't think we're listening to them. So maybe they say something interesting. All right. So at this point, we are getting ready to look. This little dot up here is the Anderson Airport. I do not think, unless they're launching that second aircraft from someplace else, I haven't seen other aircraft coming off of that airport in a while. So, all right, so let's see. Let's take a look at our balloon tracker. All right. Let's see. 95,800. All right. I want this thing to get to 100. When he jumped at 100,000 feet, did the balloon keep coming up? Why did the balloon come back down? Oh, I saw it get to 99,800, I think it was 99,860. And I was like, yeah, we're there. And I'm like, and then the next one came in and it went down. I was like, oh, so again, what I am going to say, my official stance on this, and anybody can ask me, and I'm going to stick to it, is that there is no way that we didn't get that 30 feet. I'm going to say that we got to that 100,000. So you have an echo on the audio. Let's see here. Check 1, 2. Can you guys still hear me like this? Audio, 1, 2, 1, 2. How do I sound? All right, let me know how that sounded, and we'll see if that fixes things. I got to remember, you guys have a 30-second delay, so there's like a minute between the time you hear me, you respond, and then I see what you're saying. Sorry, so let's keep track on this number 1 balloon. Or sorry, number 3 balloon, the money balloon. I don't hear it. Okay, all right. Thanks, Greg. It seems clear to me. So, all right. Yeah, you had a little bit of echo at one point because I still had the production team in there, but I've muted them now. So, all right, 97,000 feet, still at 5, loud and clear, great. Do me a favor. We're going to be going to our incident commander, Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Griffiths, is here in just a minute. Then after that, we're going to go back to Colonel Joe and talk with Colonel Joe for a few more minutes. I see it now. Cap 1289 has now left Anderson Airport, so I can show you that. Go here. Flight tracker. All right, so we look at that. We have this capability. We can do all these screens. All right, so there. So now we are seeing the recovery aircraft up in the air now. They just left, so we'll track them, and which is great. I'm sure the ground teams are already on their way as well. You have an echo on the audio feed. Okay, more people say that. We've been hacked, maybe. Oh, we have. Gosh darn it. Hang on. Let's see here. Put user in timeout. I don't want that. Let's see here. Report. And bad person. Okay. And how do I get rid of them? I deleted them. So do me a favor. Can you see that they have been deleted? And I'm assuming as there's about 30 seconds. We need a chat moderator. Does anybody on here know? I know how to do it, but it's hard for me to do everything at the same time. Is anybody on here either from my team or that's familiar with being a chat moderator? If so, then I'll make you a chat moderator. And then if we have that problem again, feel free to boot whoever the moron is that does that. Okay. All right. I think it looks like we're about ready to go to Lieutenant Colonel Griffith, and I see they're ready. So let me unmute you there on site, and then let me bring you up. All right, you are on. Lieutenant Colonel Griffith, do you hear me?
I do. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. You sound wonderful, by the way.
It is a beautiful day. I'm having a great day.
Very, very good. All right. So tell us a little bit about, because a lot of the folks that are watching this are not CAP members. So, and they might be interested in CAP. Tell us a little bit about some of the missions that a mission base might take part of, some of the emergency services missions we do, and some of the work that you guys have done today.
Sure. So we do a variety of missions. Right now, we've had a lot of focus on disaster relief. We actually are currently running missions down in the Kentucky flooding, doing some aerial surveillance, some flood imagery, that kind of thing. We do a lot of ground operations. Search and rescue, of course, is one of our biggest. We do the majority of the search and rescue for the U.S. Air Force. We look for downed aircraft, missing people, that kind of thing. So that's something that we do from a ground perspective quite a bit. We do a lot of aerial imagery, looking for flood damage. We survey bridges. One of the other missions that is actually running today at the same time is something called military training route surveys. And what we do with that is our aircraft are up and they survey different routes that some of the fighters fly, and they look for things like new cell towers, environmentally sensitive areas that might be affected if a fighter were to fly over. And then they note and see if they are on the sectionals. And if not, then they log them, they take an image, they note the GPS, and then that allows the military to be able to see if there's an obstruction they may have to watch out for. So that's something we've also got going on today. In terms of what we're doing today, we really are using these payloads just like we would use a downed aircraft. So we're using the same procedures, the same different operational teams, and basically running the same kind of mission we would, which is perfect because it allows us to exercise and train and make sure that our members are fresh in all of those skills.
That's awesome. And I do want to give everybody an update in case they haven't been following along. We are at 102,000 feet for Balloon 3. So we have broken 100,000 feet. So hooray, hooray, hooray. Now I don't have to worry about trying to make believe that our second balloon or Balloon 1 broke 100,000 feet. We have a balloon that broke 100,000 feet. So that's great. And it's still going. It's still going. It hasn't slowed down yet. So now, one of the things that I think we take for granted is communications. So, one of the first people just assume that when the zombie apocalypse happens, that, we're all going to get on our cell phones all at the exact same time and we're going to call each other. And obviously that ain't going to happen. So the internet's coming down. Your cellular phone is going to stop working. And every one of those like old prepper people that like have radios in their basements, those are going to be the most valuable people. So I jokingly say that CAP is like the old prepper person. So we have the HF radios, we have all these different radio gear. Tell us a little bit about communications, why we're different than, say, somebody picking up their cell phone to call somebody, and what our capabilities are communications wise.
Sure. So actually, I have a little bit of an example of that. Several years ago, I guess, it was 2004, 2003, Hurricane Katrina in Biloxi, Gulfport, Mississippi. We were stationed down there. My husband was active duty, and we were members of Civil Air Patrol, because why wouldn't you be? And Hurricane Katrina came through and, of course, took down the cell towers, took down the internet, took down all of the electricity. And my husband was there. We had evacuated, but he was there on the base, and he went out to his Civil Air Patrol vehicle and he turned on his radio, and the only communication they had for about the first day or so was CAP radio. And he turned on his radio and he heard, "Any Mockingbird station, this is Mockingbird 4. Any Mockingbird station, this is Mockingbird 4." So it's an example of, yes, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have any of those things. All of those things were down, but we were still able to communicate by Civil Air Patrol radio. So it is something to consider. We have the capability to communicate via radio very quickly. So here at Anderson for the launch, we've got a communications team. They're actually outside. They set up radio towers. They can set those up pretty much anywhere and run a missions communication base where they can talk to whoever they need to talk to. We have the capability to hit various repeaters, which transmit our signal further. And they're doing a lot of that right now. And then we also have the opportunity to be able to put a repeater in an aircraft, and we call that a hybrid. So if we can establish a communications base, we can actually put a repeater in an aircraft and fly it over whatever the area is and relay mobile communications through our radios through that repeater. So we have tremendous capability. One neat thing that we do have that wouldn't really help in terms of cell phones is we have something that we're using now called ReadyOp. And ReadyOp actually allows us to talk on the radio through our cell phones. And that's really handy, especially if you aren't near a repeater. So that's a little bit of our communications capability.
Yeah, and I can tell you, as somebody who flies periodically, I haven't recently, but I used to fly those hybrid operations. There is nothing more exhilarating as a pilot than flying in a circle for 2 hours. So, but it's good things. I will say, just for folks that are watching along, it does look like we are within a minute or two from the balloon 2, the first one that popped, hitting the ground. So it looks like we're at about 4,000 feet above the ground right now. So we'll be on the ground pretty soon. And I am going to keep you here on your voice, but I'm going to turn your video so I can see the airplane for a second. So, all right, there we go. So I wish there was a way to overlay these. I got to figure that out in the future someday. But if we look at here, we can see where Indianapolis is, which is over here. And over here, we can see Indianapolis. Zoom out over here a little bit. It's up there. So, okay. So yeah, so we can kind of track on here where the airplane is versus the balloon. So they're heading there. Now they're going a lot faster than our balloons would go. So they will be there very shortly, just in a few minutes. All right. And also for the folks, I don't know if I mentioned this, I'm so excited about so many other things. Let me take a look. It looks like I'm seeing a down spike on balloon 3. And no, it's still going up 104,000 feet. So, all right, I'm going to bring you back on screen. Let's see here. 2-person tracker. Okay. Now, there's a couple of cool things about that. One, we have a balloon that definitely hit the 100,000 mark. The second thing that's cool is I don't know about you, but I'm a competition guy, right? So bigger, better every year, right? So last year, the highest we got was 103,000 and some change, and we beat it. We got to 104 already, and we'll see how much higher it goes. And as Brandon was mentioning, it is really, really difficult to get past that 100,000 mark. So just hitting 100,000 is pretty great. All right, so let's say somebody is a pilot, and they're interested in joining CAP, and they're interested in the emergency services side of CAP. What would be your recommendation for somebody like that? How do they get started?
They should find their local unit. You can search on go.civilairpatrol.com and find a unit that's nearby. Go out, take a visit, say, hey, I'm a pilot. Hey, I'm interested in emergency services. what can CEP offer me? And that's basically the way they get started. You know, they'll come in, they'll give you an orientation, talk about what Civil Air Patrol is, all of these different aspects that we've talked about here, the aerospace education, the cadet program, and the emergency services, talk about all of that. And then we really try and just plug people into where their interest is. Not everyone is interested in emergency services. Not everyone is interested in cadet programs or aerospace or flying. So we try to plug them where they would be a really good fit and then let them take off from there.
Okay, that's great. And so what you're saying is if I'm brand new, I can walk in the door and you'll hand me the keys to the airplane, right?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
That's what I thought. And we'll actually pick you up at your house with a CAP van and drive you to the airport.
Absolutely.
So that's great. Now, you know, so you said your spouse, your husband, he's active military or was?
He was. He was. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now,
and he's also in Civil Air Patrol.
Oh, he is too? Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, I'll be honest with you, because you have Michael Griffith sitting right across the table from you. And so, you know, I've always had two Michaels. I have Michael Austin and Michael Griffiths, and then, you know, Jamie Griffiths and Michael Griffiths. None of you are related. So you're all,
that's true.
It's completely different people.
Yep.
So I think I probably had emailed Michael stuff for you because I just kept typing in Griffith and it just kept coming up going to him. So, you know, if somebody, I'm still looking here. Oh, we definitely popped. So, okay. So we, so the folks that are watching, we got to 100. I saw 105,600 feet. So we broke that 100,000 mark by pretty good number. So that's pretty awesome. All right. So now do you have, now if you want to, let's say you're a senior, you're older than 18 years old. Do you have to have prior military experience to join Civil Air Patrol?
No, definitely not. In fact, our current Indiana Wing Commander tells a story to the cadets whenever he's around them about how he found Civil Air Patrol. And he's not prior military at all. And he had always had an interest in the military. And with everything going on in Afghanistan, he kind of looked to a recruiter who basically said, you know, it's not going to be a good fit for you because of your age. And then one of our senior members here in the wing found him, recruited him, and he's now the commander of Indiana Wing. So, I mean, it took a few years to get there, but so anyone can join CAP, you know, any youth, as long as you're 12 or older, seniors, adults, we have people come in. We just had actually a retired Air Force pilot come in about 2 years ago, who now flies out of one of our senior squadrons, and he loves working with the cadets, but he, you know, he retired from the military and said, hey, I just want to continue to fly. So where can I fit?
Yeah. It goes back to the comment before, right? It's like, where do I fit? And, you know, I still want to, like, I have a skill, right? Mm-hmm. That ex-Air Force pilot or ex-military pilot has a skill. So how can, even though they're no longer flying military.
And if you don't have that skill starting out, you can develop it.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Let me ask you that question, because a lot of the folks that are going to watch this don't understand our air crews specifically. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot more to the air crew than just the person flying the airplane. So what are some of the other jobs inside of that airplane?
Sure. So we have mission observers. Mission observers, basically, if the pilot is flying the airplane, then the observer is running the mission. They're the ones talking to the ground via CAP radio. They're the ones typically that have planned out the search. We take what we have in terms of information if we're doing search and rescue or doing aerial photography, and they actually plan out what they're going to fly. The observer does a lot of that. We have mission scanners, and mission scanners are people who basically sit in the back of the airplane and they're trained to specifically look for targets on the ground, which is harder than it sounds. It does take training and practice to be able to see what you need to see on the ground. And then we also do a lot of aerial imagery. So we have aerial photographers and a whole branch of specialties related to aerial photography. And these are members who sit in the back of the aircraft or up in the front if there's only a two-person crew, and they use the big Nikon cameras and they take images out of the airplane. So there's a variety of ways that members can be involved in air crew or being in the air without having to be a pilot.
So I'm going to ask you the same question on the ground crew, but just 1 second. I did have somebody ask online. They would really like to watch the landing of all the balloons on the tracker. So, so that's why I want to walk them through online real quick. Let's see. I'll be right back with you if that's okay. I'm going to take you off camera just for a quick second, and I'll be right back to you. I'm going to mute you, and I'll give you guys a warning when I come back. All right. You guys are off camera now. All right. So let me go full screen on the tracker. Balloon 2, the one that is in green, we can see that it is landing right about, where is this? Right about Route 3. right off of Route 3. It looks like it's landing off of right by Rush County Wood Products. So let's hope that it did not land inside of a wood chipper. That'd be a sad day. Let's see here. Let's take a look at balloon 1. Excuse me. It is traveling further south. It is still dropping. Actually, it looks like it cut back on itself. Well, it's also 900 feet, so it looks like it's stopped here. So it may be in a cemetery. So it may be near the Union Cemetery. So somewhere along there, that range. Now, the good news is one of my fears is always that these things, actually, to be honest with you, that looks like that's pretty, like right in the middle of a pretty big farm field. So that might be a really good use for our aircraft and our drone team to pick up visual acquisition of it from the air, as opposed to, as Brandon had mentioned, climbing through some corn stalks for 45 minutes looking. Because what you don't realize is that, let me bring me back up here. Yeah, because what you don't realize is that, the balloon, once it goes through, if it's hitting like a soy field, probably not a soy field, it might sit on top of a soy field, but if it's a cornfield, it might go right into the cornfield. And, from the road, you're not going to see it. Even with the bright orange, and yellow parachutes that it's using. However, from the air and from a drone, it, oh, yes. Thank you. So, my production team just reminded me of something I completely forgot about. And then, so we're going to finish up with Jamie and then we're going to go to that. About so if you're at a watch party, and I'll finish what I'm going to say in a second, but if you're part of a watch party, we do have several units, and squadrons that are watching this live together. And so you all can join now. Go ahead and join the Zoom meeting. Our production folks will get you all lined up, and then we'll come and say hi to all of you. We'll have a couple questions for you too. And that'll be good because we'll have the air crew and the ground crews going out, and that'll give us some time. Then we'll go back to Colonel Joe after that. Thank you very much, production team. Okay, let me go back to Colonel Griffith. Let's see here. I'm going to unmute you, and there you are. Okay, so the same question about the air crew. Let's say you have somebody, either a cadet or a senior member, and they hate, I don't know why they would join Civil Air Patrol, but they hate airplanes. Every time they look at an airplane, they get sick to their stomach, and they never ever want to be in an airplane ever again in their life. And so, from an emergency services and the ground team perspective, and even the mission base, what are some of the things that they can do to be valuable?
Sure. So actually our search and rescue missions and our emergency services mission are heavily cadet run. Most of our ground team members are cadets. Many of our mission-based staff members are cadets. We've got, I think, probably about 10 here that are working mission-based staff jobs or out with the ground team. Cadets can begin to train in emergency services as soon as they join Civil Air Patrol. There's a little bit of additional training that goes with that. They have to take some extra courses, and then we work them through a training program depending on where their interest is. If they're interested in something like ground team, which is when they do go out and they learn how to pack a 24-hour pack and a 48-hour pack, and how to spend the night outside if they have to spend the night outside, then they can train in those areas with other cadets and trainers who teach them. Mission-based staff is the same way. They can begin as a mission-based staff assistant and work their way up through learning the different jobs and learning the different tasks. So there are a variety of ways that they can get involved in emergency services. Another thing that's really exciting for cadets is that if they are under the age of 18, they can begin to work on learning how to fly our drones and be our drone technicians. So cadets can actually participate in that aspect of emergency services, which is really growing in Civil Air Patrol. When you talk just briefly about just recently about the cornfields and how hard it is to see, that's one of the advantages we have with the SUAS, is that they can hover over those cornfields and find those payloads. And we should get some really good imagery from the SUAS on the payloads here. Once they turn 18, even as a cadet, you can stay a cadet until you're 21. And I encourage cadets to stay until they're 21 and take full advantage of the cadet program. They can begin to train as air crew. So you can actually earn air crew ratings and pilot ratings as a cadet once you're over the age of 18.
That's awesome.
Yep.
So, and also, even if you are somebody, let's say you have a finance background or a medical background or an advertising background, there's so many jobs that we need done inside of Civil Air Patrol So maybe you don't want to be in an airplane and you don't want to, be in the woods, with a backpack on. There's so many important things that we need help with. So again, not making this a 4-hour sales pitch, but I do recommend if anybody's interested in this, I oftentimes hear, and it makes me cringe when I hear it, people will say, oh, CAP, the best kept secret. So
Yeah.
if you're a strong advertising person and know how to do social media, we need you because we don't want to be the best kept secret. So definitely if you have interest outside, and then maybe we'll talk you into getting an airplane. We'll see. All right. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Jamie Griffiths, is there anything else you wanted to bring up before we drop off of you?
I don't think so. Thanks for having us.
All right. Thank you very much again. I know we'll talk a little bit later, probably today or maybe even tomorrow, but thanks again for everything that your team is doing there. The people on the live stream, you saw a little tiny baby glimpse of some of the people involved. How many people would you say are in that building today or on the airfields? How many people you think got involved today?
I think I have 18 on the mission-based staff, and then I've got ground teams, communications, and SUAS that are out in the field. So I would say I've got 40 here today that are working the actual mission and the payload recovery.
Yeah. And then there's probably another 5-6 from our team that are there. So so we're definitely around 50 people to make this happen. So, so pretty awesome. So please give my thanks to everybody. I wish I could be there. Hopefully I'll be there next year. If my daughter moves into college, she's moving herself into college herself next year. Next year I'm coming there. So thank you very much. All right. We're going to move away from you. We're going to let the production folks get ready for this. So let me bring this over here. All right. Production team, I've muted you. All right, so we'll get you guys ready for some of the live folks. All right, so I see we have one team ready for the watch party. We'll come to you in just a couple seconds. If you have any other watch parties out there, please go ahead and join the Zoom. Yeah, we see now the aircraft seems like it's starting to circle. So let's zoom in on them. And actually, all right, there you go. Yep. Yep, now they're looking. Looks like they're in their search patterns now, so that's very cool. All right, let's go ahead and bring in our Raleigh Wake Composite Squadron. Let's see, Raleigh Wake, welcome. You're on. Do you hear us?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey, how's it going? How are you? You guys have been pretty active online, and so how have you guys been? You guys been enjoying the show so far?
Yep.
Yeah, it's been great.
Now, what is kind of like, what would you say is your top experiment? So if you had one experiment that was going to go for the prize, which experiment do you think it is?
It's most likely the mushroom mycelium experiment that we have.
All right.
So we're launching plugs of mycelium into space, into near space, and then we're gonna bring them down and try and grow them.
So okay, so were you one of the videos that we showed?
We were.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed your video, by the way. You got a good chuckle out of me when I watched it. So that's always a good sign too. So all right. So what were some of the things that, first of all, introduce yourselves. So who are you two?
I'll go first. I'm Cadet Captain Rachel Smith.
Okay.
I am Cadet Tech Sergeant McManaman.
All right. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. And I can see it on your shirt, but what squadron are you with?
The Raleigh Wake Composite Squadron out of North Carolina.
Okay, great. Now in this project, did you guys do this last year, or is this your first year?
This is our first year.
Okay, great. Would you like to do this again next year? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. I got to be careful when I ask that question in case you go, no, we didn't like it. So that's good. So let me ask you a question. So if you were to win the whole thing, and I'll be honest with you, I watched all the videos. You guys are doing pretty good so far. So you guys should be feeling pretty good about where you are in this competition. So if you guys were to win this whole thing, where what do you want to do with all that Colonel Joe's money?
Well, we talked about this actually a little bit earlier, and we were thinking about proposing, like, if we did win, proposing our money to our squadron, more the cadet programs, and asking the cadets there what they would want to do with the money, so we can kind of make sure the entire squadron is represented with the money that we would win.
Very cool. Very cool. Let's see. I just want to just quick, because people are asking online. Just that I always try to answer the questions when I can. So if folks got to us, then we sent them the link. I'm sorry, we can't send out links now. So, but so for next year, if anybody's interested in doing a watch party, it doesn't have to be 100 people. It can be a couple of folks like here, like with Raleigh, and then we'll bring them in and talk to them just for a few minutes. And so, all right. So from this program, well, let me ask you a different question, because that's kind of like a generic question. From the aerospace education program, what has been your most fun thing that you've done? It doesn't have to be high altitude balloon, but what has been the most fun thing you've done with aerospace education in your time in CAP?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. Probably just flying drones and teaching cadets how to fly drones. That was really rewarding.
Yeah, and I guess for me, I had a unique experience this summer where I actually was in Indiana and I just got my private pilot's license through the Cadet Wings program. So that's been probably my most memorable and favorite experience through aerospace.
All right, I tell you what, I'm going to put you on the spot if you don't mind. You seem well-spoken and you don't seem very shy.
Okay.
So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to watch this that are your age and younger, right? And they want to become pilots. And they go, can you help explain to somebody that's not in CAP, what is the CAP Wings program and how did that help you get your pilot's license? That's incredible.
Yeah, and I'll definitely explain it. I love talking about the Wings program and I think it's awesome. Essentially, for those who don't know, Cadet Wings is a program for cadets who are interested in getting their private pilot's license, whether that be glider or powered. Those options are available. And to enroll in this program, well, first you have to be a CAP cadet. And then as you move throughout CAP, as you get through more NCSAs, which are National Cadet Special Activities, there are these powered flight academies. And you can go to these and pretty much they'll just give you an introduction to flying and with the hopes that you might solo when you go to one of these academies. And after you go to one of those, you can build up some more experience with flying and eventually take what we call the written exam. And once you do that, you're kind of a prime candidate for the Cadet Wings program. And what this program will offer once you apply and hopefully get selected is the funding for you to fulfill all the requirements necessary to take your private pilot check ride. So that's what I did. I went to a National Flight Academy, took my written exam, soloed, and then applied for the Wings program, got selected, and they actually just put forward this new program that's the In-Residence Flight Training Academy called in AFTA, actually in Indiana. And it did that this summer, last month, and went through that for 30 days and just got my private pilot certificate.
Okay, so first of all, congratulations on that. It is not an easy thing to get your pilot's license. And the fact that you did it by your age is really incredible. It takes dedication, as Colonel Joe said before about setting a goal and going for it. You can't do what you did without having done that. So first of all, applause to you. That's fantastic. So now, since we're talking about that, we're going to go over to Winchester in just a moment. But since I've got you, and since you went through the Wings program, and I think the two of you could probably speak a little bit about orientation flights. So for the folks that are your age and a little bit younger, tell them a little bit about how we do orientation, what an orientation flight is, what they can expect when they join Civil Air Patrol. What is it? What is an orientation flight?
So, sure. So a orientation flight, every cadet who wants to become a pilot should start with them because they're a great way to just have 5 hours of free experience of what it's like, what part of a pilot's job is like. And sadly, you as a cadet only get 5 powered flights, but each one is 1 hour. I used mine up pretty quickly, but they were pretty awesome. And they were probably the highlight of me being an airman.
That's awesome. Yeah, you don't get that opportunity too often outside of CAP. You know, and even, you know, once you get past those 5, first of all, it's amazing how many CAP members, cadets don't actually do all 5. They do 1 or 2 and they slow down for whatever reason and they don't, you know, so do all 5, get advantage. You know, the Air Force really supports us. And I have never heard no. I've never had to say no to a cadet that wanted an orientation flight. So that is fantastic. All right. Well, Raleigh, I want to say thank you very much. We're going to switch over to Winchester. Thank you very much for joining us and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Winchester Composite Squadron. I see they're moving around a little bit. I don't know if they can hear or see us yet.
Yeah, we got a thumbs up.
We got a thumbs up. All right. I think maybe they're coming closer to the screen. Maybe that's what they're doing. Here they are. All right. Well, first of all, I got to say, I love the banner. The banner is beautiful. So nice job on the banner. Well, welcome to the live stream. What do you think is probably the top experiment that you guys launched today?
We believe that the top experiment we launched today was a micro SD card.
Okay. Now, tell us a little bit more about what you're looking for. So what's the experiment you're actually, there was a lot of units that actually did the SD card experiment this time. And so I'm very excited to see how your experiments work together or show something different. So what was your experiment?
Our experiment was to see if the checksum is the same when it comes back down and if it even works.
Okay. And why do you think, and so we don't need to have data recovery in space, right? So why are us, so if you're one of the smart people and you're going to build an SD card that works in space and I go to become a space tourist and you become a billionaire, will you remember me? Maybe. Yes, maybe. All right. Very cool. So tell us a little bit about the program that you guys did for the High Altitude Balloon Challenge. Was it just the 3 of you? Was there more of you that took part?
There was another cadet who took part, Cadet Airman Brody Stoddard. He was the catch creator.
Gotcha. Okay. So what are you hoping to, so I always ask this question. So if you all win the whole thing, you get the whole shebang, what are you hoping to do with that $5,000?
We're hoping to get a better recruitment program. We're hoping to get a better AE program and get a new radar.
A new what? I'm sorry?
We're going to get a Geiger counter.
Oh, Geiger counter. Okay. You said radar. I thought maybe you were trying to get like one of those old Soviet era S-300 radar launchers. So very good. That sounds great. Let's see here. All right. So let me ask you a question. So we're going to be bringing back Colonel Joe on in a second. And I'm going to put you all on a spot. If you had to ask, and I'm going to make you ask, if you had to ask Colonel Joe a question, what would you want to learn more about from Colonel Joe? I'll put some like pretty theme music in the background while you're thinking.
Does he have any regrets?
Do you have any regrets? That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Very good. All right. I think then that's it. Winchester, I want to say thank you so much for coming in with us. And then we're going to cut away from you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. We're going to be wrapping up relatively soon. We're just waiting for confirmation that we've got recovery of the balloons and then we'll be wrapping up. So thanks again so much for joining us today.
Thank you, sir.
Winchester, I want to say thank you so much for coming in with us. And we're going to cut away from you. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. We're going to be wrapping up relatively soon. We're just waiting for confirmation that.
Listen.
There we go. All right, sounds good. Yeah, if we can drop Winchester, because I think I'm still getting their audio feed.
Oh.
And then we'll get back to Colonel Joe.
Colonel Joe, they come back.
Hang on. Can we, I'm still getting, well, they're muted, so it's not getting him, not getting their amendment anymore. Okay. All right. Colonel Joe, are you back with us?
I'm back with you.
All right. So Colonel Joe, I don't know if you saw, but we broke the 100,000 mark. We got to 105,000.
That's great.
Very excited. Hey, you know, one of our cadets asked a question, and I want to kind of prod our chat. We still have about 100 people that are watching live. So if you're watching live, if you have a question for Colonel Joe, we're going to talk to Colonel Joe for a few more minutes, and then we're going to focus on the recovery, and then we'll be wrapping up. So if you have any questions for Colonel Joe, you know, honestly, Colonel Joe wants your questions. He doesn't want my questions. You know, your questions are better than my questions, and I would agree with Colonel Joe on that. So Colonel Joe, one of the questions we had from the Winchester Squadron, and I don't think I've talked to you a few times, and I don't think I've ever asked you this question. Have you had any regrets? Anything you would do different?
Absolutely nothing.
That's what I say. I mean, how could you? So, you know, listen, even, you know, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
I think I wouldn't have done that flight on the 10th of May when I got shot down. I should have avoided that flight.
That, sir, is a good answer. So, for those that don't know, tell us a little bit about what you did fly and where you were flying when you got shot down. Just a little bit, because it's CAP, so they don't want too much to be said. But
well, first of all, aviation has been my life. I have a total of 16,800 hours of flying time in 93 different types of airplanes. I had 1,000 hours of combat, 483.5 combat missions, and I shot down a MiG-21
wow.
In Vietnam.
Wow.
I had a wonderful career in flying, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. 29 years in the United States Air Force.
So minus the getting shot down part, you know, for somebody that's looking to maybe do a career and live a life in aviation, you know, how would, I mean, right now we see a huge pilot shortage, right? So, and that's only gonna get worse, my personal opinion. So if somebody wanted to be a career pilot long-term, do you think that's a life worth living?
Oh yes, it's a wonderful career. You get to work with great people, the maintenance people, the operations people. It's a wonderful career, in the services and also for the airlines.
Mm-hmm. Now, if somebody wants to fly in the military, let's say somebody is 12 years old, 13 years old, we're going to put your military recruiter hat on for a second. If somebody's 12 or 13 or maybe even younger, and if they think that they want to become a pilot in the Air Force or the Navy, or maybe a helicopter pilot in the Marines or Army, what would be your recommendations? What would be your guidance to them to get them on the right path for that?
Okay, set a goal and work toward that goal. Number one. And if I was coming up with that career, I would say put your goal to go to the Air Force Academy. That's the best place to get an education for an Air Force career. The only thing is to go to a normal college and then go into the Air Force. But it's a great career. And the goal is set your goals and work toward it, and don't let anything deviate you from that. Because with hard work, you can accomplish anything. And by the way, I've never met a successful person that didn't have to work hard to get there. You are responsible for your future. No one else, you or yourself. But hard work, discipline always works. And keep that in mind. Don't worry about the easy way. Don't worry about peer pressure.
Right. Because
the peers are not your future. You are your future. So work toward that goal.
Yeah, that's a hard thing sometimes. We see, you know, the younger, especially with social media nowadays, everybody's so concerned about how they look in front of other people. You know, the goal setting is, like you're saying, is just so important. I got a question here online. I had two questions. One of them is actually really good. Actually, you're both of you are really good. So the first question is, how old were you when you first flew? And actually, I'm curious, what did you fly in?
I was 16 years old, and I flew a Piper Cub.
which is like the go-to, training aircraft. And I got another question, and this one I think is a longer answer, and it's actually several questions in a few sentences. So I'll read kind of all of it, and then we'll break it down. So it says, please explain why your right glove failed. Did your glove have a hole? And why did the edge of space pressure only affect his hand and not the rest of your body? And they are very concerned about how is your hand today? Is your hand okay? Is your hand healed?
By the way, that's a very good question. Let me explain how it works. The pressure suit itself is a separate garment that pressurizes your body. Your hands and feet are separate entities. You have little booties on, you have gloves on, and these gloves and the boots have a little air device that goes to the air supply in the pressure suit. So when the pressure suit inflates, the pressure goes to the glove or to the feet and pressurizes those protective devices. So it works automatically. When your pressure suit inflates, your gloves inflate and your feet inflate. Now, the pressure suit that I was using keeps the body at 40,000 feet. If you were walking on the moon, you're still at 40,000 feet altitude. The normal full pressure suit, by the way, I was using what they call a partial pressure suit. But a full pressure suit keeps the body at about 35,000 feet instead of 40,000 feet, but pretty much the same. But so when I got to 40,000 feet, I automatically would check my pressure suit, make certain it's inflated, make certain my helmet was inflated, make certain my gloves and my feet were inflated. And I discovered that my right glove was not inflated. Well, we had never, ever taken a man up or a woman up to an altitude chamber in a vacuum and tested without gloves on our booties. So we had never, ever done that. So I was going to an area that we had never done a human test on that I knew of. I knew that my hand would swell up. I knew it'd be painful and uncomfortable. I couldn't use it. But I also knew that if I told the ground that they would maybe abort the flight, they had no choice but to say I have to abort, because there was no precedence where I was going with a glove was not working. So I made a conscious decision not to tell them, because I felt that if I did abort that flight, that I might not have the opportunity to do this test. And I felt it was vital that we do this test. And I didn't want to jeopardize the fact that we just a glove not working. So I made a conscious decision to just ignore it until the ground and press on with the mission. I could do everything with my left hand. I didn't need my right hand. I had a silk glove over my hand, and over the silk glove is a pressure suit glove, and over that is a flying suit glove. And what happened is when my hand is swelled up, the blood goes to the hand as the pressure decreases, and this hand swells up. It's swelled up into the silk glove, and that kind of pressurized it. And then it's pressurized some more into the flying suit glove, pressure suit glove, and that pressurized it. So what happened, my hand got very large, but it ended up pressurizing itself in the glove. So the glove, even though it wasn't inflated, eventually it ended up giving me some pressure. So my hand got twice as big as normal, uncomfortable. I didn't use it, didn't need it. Once I got on the ground, after about 2 hours, everything was okay. My hand was back to normal, blood pressure was back to normal. And I've never had any problem with it. So that was the end of that story. But it was a conscious decision I made to make sure that I could do the project.
So there was no permanent negative reaction to your golf swing? So it was good after that?
My golf swing was non-existent to begin with. And I'm sure it couldn't have hurt it.
So you had nothing to compare it against. Now, a couple more questions. So that was the pressure suit on your hand. The next one's probably a little bit more morbid. What would have happened if your entire pressure suit would have failed?
You die.
Right. That's pretty much it. How high can we go, you think, sustained without a pressure suit?
Well, the Air Force and Navy and NASA regulation is if you go above 50,000 feet, you must have a pressure suit. At 60,000 feet, blood boils.
Wow.
So you die very quickly if you have a loose pressure suit. But you know what? When it's a uniform of the business. If you're a test pilot or if you're a space pilot, you accept the fact that your whole life depends upon that pressure suit and that regulator, and you just accept it and you press on. Their pressure suits are very rugged. They're very dependable. They do everything they can do to make it foolproof, and they're very safe devices. But your body depends upon that pressure to survive.
Very cool. Let's see here. We have another question. What do you, so you helped break a barrier. What do you think is the next barriers that are going to need to be broken for us to go to Mars?
There's so many challenges to go to.
Are you talking about the corn or the heat?
Oh, I'm sorry. One second, Florida. Sorry, Colonel Joe. Can we mute the ground team? Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Colonel Joe. The ground team is on the ground, and so we were hearing them.
There's so many challenges to go to Mars. There's radiation. There's the geometry of leaving the Earth, make it at the trajectory will take you to the moon, to Mars. By the way, it'll take about a year of travel from the time they launch at Cape Canaveral until they get to Mars. A year that you're in that spacecraft. Then when you get there, you have to stay there for a year before the Earth and Mars are in the right trajectory, so you can go back to the Earth. So if you land on Mars, you got 1 year you have to wait before you can get back to the United States, to the Earth rather. So there are a lot of challenges. The radiation is a challenge. Mars is a vacuum. It's 5 millibars of pressure on Mars. So every bit of food, water, equipment has to go with you. So there are a lot of logistics, a lot of very challenging problems. It's not a slam dunk. It's going to take a tremendous effort and great courage to go to Mars. So we should not accept the fact that it can be done. It can be worked on. It's a challenge. Now the moon said we could never get to the moon. Well, we did that. Moon is a much simpler challenge than Mars. Mars is the closest planet to Earth, but it's not an easy place to get to, requiring long times of duration in a spacecraft, much longer than we've ever anticipated. And nor can we resupply en route, like we resupply the space station quite frequently to keep the food and water there and the power. We can't do that on a trip to Mars. So there's a lot of challenges. Don't accept that we can get there. Accept that there's a challenge and the whole world can work on it. It'll be a wonderful thing for us to go to Mars. I hope we do it, but it's not a slam dunk.
Agreed. Let's see here. I got another question from, I hope I say this name right, Amu Anand from Ohio. And this one, I was going to be interested if you know the answer to this one, Colonel Joe. It says, Colonel Joe had 4 minutes and 36 seconds time in free fall, while Felix and Alan had 4:19 and 4:27. So even though, the group still thinks that you're the record holder for the length of free fall. So the heck with these young guys. That's actually, I'm gonna hook up with this Amu person, for sports data, because that's pretty good. That's pretty good, tracking. So why do you think, Colonel Joe, you're still number one for length of free fall?
It's an advantage to have friends like that. I actually fell longer than Felix. Felix jumped from a higher altitude, but it took me longer to get down to where I was. And I have about 5 seconds more free fall time than Felix Scott. But it's not important. Records aren't important. We were there on our program in 1959, 1960 to do research for the space program, to do research for escape means for astronauts and pilots. We were not there to set a record. We didn't set a record. We didn't want to set a record because we were there to gather research. What we did helped NASA go into space. What we did, we gave to the astronauts and the pilots of today a means of escape from very high altitude. We provided a means from over 100,000 feet to get down safely. And we're very proud of that because every Air Force in the world today uses a stabilization device to get their pilots down to lower altitude. So what we did back in 1959, 1960 is still being used today, and that makes us very proud.
So Colonel Joe, sorry, go ahead.
When I made my jump, it was my 33rd parachute jump, period, because I was there to do research for pilots and astronauts. Felix, when he made his jump, he had 2,500 parachute jumps. There's a big difference between the amount of exposure he had, but he was there as a skydiver. I was there as a pilot and an astronaut.
Well, you're a better person than I am, Colonel Joe, because I can guarantee you that if I did what you did and I knew that those other individuals and I had an extra 8 seconds on them, I would literally wear a shirt and just that would say, you ever see the old commercial Got Milk? I would have a shirt that would say "Got 8 seconds." So I would make sure that they understood who had the record for longest free fall. So I didn't know that about you. So that was a great piece of information. So thank you, Amu, for bringing that up. That was great. Let's see here. All right, I think we're getting ready for the ground team, Colonel Joe. What I want to do is we're going to wrap up relatively quickly after we get the recovery of the first payload. So I want to give you a chance to kind of have any last comments to the internet and to the CAP cadets and really to, anybody, because, like you said, last year we had about 140,000 people ended up watching this thing. So hopefully we'll have even more this year. But any final words you have for everybody?
Well, no, I'm just delighted to be a part of it. Thanks to Dr. Montgomery and thanks to Susan Millay for letting me be a part of it. I'm always looking forward to this program. It's win-win. Win for the CAP is a win for the aerospace cadets that belong to the CAP. So it's a great program that I'm very delighted to be a part of.
All right. Well, Colonel Joe, thank you so much. You can't have the Kittinger cut without the Kittinger. So thank you so much for everything that you've done to help us. I know that your service, I was about to say something and Amuse actually said it for me. So I'll just read you what they said. So Colonel Joe, thank you very much for your service to our country and our space program. We need more brave men and women like you today. I couldn't say that better. Thank you very much, sir, for everything you've done.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay. All right. We're going to cut away from Florida. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to go full to me until the ground team is ready. All right. And Colonel Joe, you are all set. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. I have muted you over on my side. And Eddie, yes, to the Florida folks, you guys are all done. Thank you, everybody in Florida, for your help today. Huge. So, all right. So it looks like the ground team is on site. I'm actually going to show them. I'm going to leave them muted. Let's see here. Okay. So there we can see our ground team getting ready. I'm going to show the flight tracker for a second. Looks like the airplane, I don't know if they're going to come back around again or not. Let's see, get this more centered here for you all. Yeah, it looks like they're coming back. I had been watching them and they had been going, in circle after circle after circle. So it seems like they found it. They wouldn't be that tight of a circle that I was watching before if they hadn't actually acquired it. They would be more of a search pattern. So that looks very good. All right. So let's see. Production says ready to unmute. Okay, I am unmuting. All right, production, I have unmuted.
That's in the corner here. That's
All right, so we've got our cadets out there, or high visibility. I always do think it's funny that we're wearing camo and then we wear high visibility at the same time, but that's what we have to do. That's the, we wear the Air Force uniform. All right, so it looks like they're walking out in the woods. So this is good. So
Captain, how are you? You should be ready to show us some things. This is Mike in production control.
Oh, okay, so I can go away? Okay. All right, I went away then. Sorry. I thought I saw your thing saying ready to unmute. There was the voice from above. So, okay, so it looks like, and I'm actually happy to see the ground track. Let me pull the ground track back up for the third balloon. Let's see, balloon tracker. Okay. Actually, that's what I want to stay on for now, because this will show us the airplane plus the ground track. Okay. So it looks like we have, yeah, so it looks like it stops reporting altitude once it gets to like the 1,000-foot mark, it looks like. So it looks like this is where it has gone down. And I'm happy about that, because I was really worried that it was going to end up in this pond or something. That would have been sad. Wet money. Somebody would have swam out and got it, probably. Let's see. So, but it looks like it is out there. And the other good thing is we did not hit any major roads. All right. So production, if it's okay, take them. All right, good. So I'm going to go back to that. All right. This is fun. Climbing through. So somebody tell me, is that a corn? I'm assuming that's corn, right? I grew up on a horse farm. So I grew up on a farm, but not like that kind of farm. So I don't know what this is. I don't know if that's soybeans is like stalky, right? Like black and stalky. So I think that's corn. So, but this is fun. And so what we're going to do, folks, is actually, it looks like we have one more watch party. See, production, can you come online for a quick second? Actually, I'm going to unmute you.
I'm with you.
Okay. Do we have the other watch party folks or?
Can, yeah. They are muted, cameras off. So if
is that Puerto Rico?
That's Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, can you go ahead and turn on your camera and we'll bring you into the conversation?
And if it's possible, let me know, Mike, if it's not possible. Okay, there I see you. Let me know if it's not possible. Can we do like the like you were doing before? You showed two screens at once. Can we show Kat's screen and then Puerto Rico at the same time, but only listen to Puerto Rico? Is that possible or no?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second.
Wow, the skill level on our production director is top notch. So, all right. So Puerto Rico, we're going to have you on in just a second. All right. Puerto Rico, hello.
Oh.
All right, we hear you good?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. That is right. It's not even, what did I say? Good morning? If I started morning and we've gone right through. You all look great. You sound great. How have you enjoyed the live stream so far?
You guys first. Okay, so we've been watching actually from the start. It's been a great 3 hours. We're on meeting today. We had the whole squadron watching in an hour, so we really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been absolutely a blast.
Nice. Now I will say, you guys are in the running as well for the Kittinger Cup, because I watched your video last night and also thought you all did a great job. So congrats on that, and I hope the rest of the competition goes good for you as well. So what of the program so far for the High Altitude Balloon Challenge, what have you enjoyed the most so far?
I think the part of sending the capsules with chocolate for me, and I don't know.
I think that the best part of this project was to choose the object that we will send, because maybe we thought about sending the chocolate with water, but we couldn't.
Right, no liquid, right?
And we tried to send it just like that, and then we estimated that due to the
that we will cross the stratosphere, it would melt, and we were curious about that.
So for me, the best part of the experiment was actually how we got to the process of deciding what exactly we're going to do. As my cadet just mentioned, at first we had one plan, then we read the regulation, noticed we had to adapt. We went through kind of 4 adaptations. And my favorite was when we brainstormed our idea. We were watching a YouTube pilot being interviewed by C.W. Lemoyne, and he explained how when a YouTube pilot goes through its first set of training, they put him on the suit and explain that they simulate in a chamber how water would react at 80,000 feet, and water would boil. And the purpose, the way the Air Force does that is to show the pilot, hey, this would be your blood if you weren't wearing that suit. So we thought if we were to have a capsule of water, would the chocolate melt because water would boil? And I think what really I appreciated most about this experience was having to go with the cadets saying, okay, we can't do this, so we have to adapt. So it really was how to brainstorm and still achieve our goal. So it really was a good experience for us.
All right, so I got a little bit of a silly question, but maybe it's real. So, as all of you know, you have the Hulk, and you have, coming out on Disney Plus, I think pretty soon, is a She-Hulk. So part of that was because of radiation from space. So when you get the chocolate back, which one of the brave cadets is going to eat the chocolate? And what happens if they turn green and become like as big as the Hulk? What happens? Do we fill out a safety form for that, or I'm not sure how we handle that?
Well, I think the first thing that would happen is that we'd be sure to email you first. You'd be the first to know about what happens. And
somebody turns green, we'll send a camera crew.
Yeah, I think who was going to take that dare would love to be our team leader. He's not here with us currently. He's dealing with some things with the other cadets. As I mentioned, we're in our meet, but I'm sure he's going to fight us for that opportunity. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be down to do it.
He's got it.
He's not going to let us do it because he's going to want to be first.
All right. Well, we'll make sure he knows when it's coming back, so you guys can't sneak it past him without him knowing. And it is fun to watch these cadets. I don't know if you guys are watching a live stream at the same time that you guys are talking, but it's funny watching these cadets just clawing their way through this field. I don't know how far away from the road this balloon came in. This really is the advantage of having that airplane, and the airplane is still making circles around the field. So that's the advantage of having the air crew and the drone team. So you had mentioned about the, and actually I see them looking up at the airplane. So I heard you talk about the water, right? And so for the folks that are not part of the challenge, we did have some rules. Some of the rules, so that was, we were worried that if somebody had a liquid, it could expand and that would fracture the vial, and then it could actually impact somebody else's experiment. So we had to have rules against that, unfortunately. But what other challenges did you guys have to work through? Anything big, or was that pretty much the big one?
That was pretty much the biggest one. We've heard some great ideas that we could have worked out. There was actually one which was our first initial suggestion, because we know in today's day and age, now that the high altitude balloons are more accessible to the public than ever, we thought about doing something with plants. But we noticed that in year one, which was last year, some squadrons had already participated in that, and CAP was strict about not wanting to do repeat experiments. Obviously, we're trying to push the boundaries, but that would have been a nice alternative.
All right, and hopefully the answer to this next one is yes. And if it's a no, just lie to me and say yes anyways. But are you guys interested? Did you enjoy this year? Are you looking to possibly do this again next year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
There's two yeses and me being there later. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it, and we love to participate next year. Definitely.
All right. Fantastic. All right. Well, we want to thank you so much from the Puerto Rico squadron. Now, do you guys have a mascot?
I guess the Hawk.
The Hawk?
It'll be our squadron.
Okay, very good. That's a nice spot for it. All right, very good. Well, thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you. And for everybody, that is Puerto Rico 94. Congratulations in launching, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much
Thank
for the
you, sir.
opportunity.
Bye.
Thank you, Captain.
All right. Let me go ahead and mute production for a second. Go full screen next and make a reset. All right. So let me go to here. Okay. All right. So we are watching our team walking through the woods. Production, let me know when you're ready and I'll bring back so we can watch them continue walking. Oop, I see something in the distance. I don't know if that is just something on the ground or if that's our thing. Hang on, I'm gonna go live production with them. All right, something's there. I don't know what that is. Is that our balloon? Our balloon's popped. Let's see. Is that our? I'm gonna unmute you. Okay, production, you're unmuted as well. Let's see here. Let's see if that is. It does look like the airplane went to a different spot now, so that's good.
There they
Yay!
are, Bob.
There it
They're
is.
at the balloon.
Hooray! We've got it. That is awesome. And it looked like there was still a good piece of the balloon left. Now, Mike, is anybody there able to hear us somehow? Because I would love.
Just unmuted them. Captain Howard, are you able to hear us?
She passed off her device to
Okay.
me. I'm Lieutenant Johnson, and
Hey, Lieutenant Johnson. I'm
we
going to pass
can
you
hear
over to
you.
Bob. Hold on
Hey.
1 second.
Great. Hey, Lieutenant Johnson. Hey, do me a favor, because if you guys can all kind of stop in the. So first of all, is that a cornfield? What kind of field is that?
it is in fact a soybean field. Sir.
It is soybean. Okay. I thought soybeans were darker than that for some reason, but they are that green. That's great. Do us a favor. Show us what you guys found.
There's our box of test tubes.
Nice. In the box, it stayed in one piece, huh? It did. Look
Yes,
at
sir.
that. That is some good engineering. All right. I know our launch team right now is very happy to see that box came down in one piece. So that is fantastic. All right. So thank you so much, recovery team. Do me a favor, take a nice picture when you guys get back to the vans or wherever you're going. Take a nice picture with you all and those vials, and we'll make sure that we put that in a publication someplace. So thank you for everything you all did.
Yes, sir. Will
All
do.
right.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to cut away from you guys. Production, I'm going to mute you. All right. So what we're going to do at this point is that's really pretty much it. Let me just show the airplane real quick. Flight tracker. And then I'm going to give my teams, the production teams, Susan, everybody else, I'm going to give you a few minutes to let me know if there's anything else that you would like me to speak about, if I'm forgetting. And I will be happy to do that. Otherwise, we are going to start to wrap up. Which balloon was just recovered? That would have been the green balloons. That would have been balloon number 2. And actually, that's actually a good point. Somebody asked a question earlier. Let me pull this back up again real quick. So somebody had asked which balloon were they on? So I'll show this again for about 20 or 30 seconds. If you need to, you can pause the live stream and then just click on live underneath it and you'll go live again. But if you want to see us longer to kind of sort through it, to try to find yours, just hit the pause. All right, so let me go to balloon 2. All right. I'm sorry, it's probably a little hard to see. And yes, Greg, that was balloon 2. So that was the green balloon. And it's not green in real life. It was just green by which color dot was on it was totally random. We didn't do anything actually painting them. So, all right, so that is your balloon 2. All right, let me come back to me. We go here. All right, let me throw this up on the screen so you can see what the airplane's doing. All right, so I think we are pretty much wrapping up. If you're in CAP, a couple things. So number one, if you didn't fly this year, unmute me for a second. Okay, hang on a second. We're going to bring our production team back in. All right, production, you are back on.
Hey, Bob, I just wanted to let you know that is Balloon 2.
Great.
That they were able to find. And this same team, because the balloons came down so close to one another, this same team is going to head over and grab Balloon 1.
That's what I figured.
We have both of those happening. So I think it's a good time to wrap. We're starting to get ready to pack up all of the vials when they come back. And everything's looking great here. Great show.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree. Thank you to everybody. Again, I wish I was there on site with everybody. My daughter, my daughter is moving into college tomorrow. It's her freshman year. And I didn't know that I could get back in time. So I had to make a really hard executive decision to make sure that I was available for her to move into her freshman year. So next year, if it happens again, she's moving herself in. I'm coming to Anderson. So all right. So we are going to wrap up. A couple quick things, just housekeeping as we wrap up. Let me go ahead and mute production. Production, you're remuted. All right. So a couple of quick things. We had quite a few teams that weren't able, that they had signed up, but they weren't able to fly. We understand, it happens. It's still crazy times. People are trying to do as much as they can post-COVID. I get it, no big deal. So I want all of you, if you are interested in it, I don't have a guarantee that we're doing this again next year. It's too early for that conversation yet. However, I know where my mind's at. I know what I would like to do. And I know we've got a lot of support. So if you would like to do this next year, try to plan for it if you didn't get a chance to do it this year. And so the next stages are we're going to be getting a lot of video. We're going to be getting a lot of footage from the airplanes. I believe we got drone footage. We had some great drone footage last year. We just couldn't use it. And so I think we've got a lot of great footage. I'm still watching, all the live feeds underneath me. You guys don't get to see it, but I can see it. And it's great watching all the cadets going through the soy fields. And actually, I just saw the drone fly by them, so I can see the drone. All right, so we're gonna have all this footage. We're gonna put together some really great video content for you that kind of highlight the whole thing, so it's not a 4-hour live stream. You'll be able to show it and share it. And then after that, we're gonna have judging. Again, the big difference from this year and last year is that you all were very clear. And you're right to be so. That one of the biggest feedback we got was, hey, listen, we really want to know how we did, and how are you judging us, and how you're 100% right. So that was our biggest thing. We have a whole judging team, probably close to 40 people. We have a lead for that team, and so now we're going to be judging your pre-videos, your patches, and then once we get to your post-launch videos, and then your final presentations. All of those are going to be judged, and then we'll be putting on the National Awards Conference. And so we're very excited about that. More information will be coming to you. And with that, I think we're pretty much done. Just want to say again, if you're not somebody from Civil Air Patrol, this is interesting to you. If you're a teacher, or if you're somebody who knows a teacher you think might be interested in this, we have aerospace education members that you can actually work with our STEM kits. We have a whole big program. If you look on this YouTube channel, if you dig down, you'll see a bunch of information on STEM kits that can help you, different programs that can help you from CAP, teacher orientation program flights. We actually take teachers up into the airplanes and we'll take them flying to help excite them and their students. And if you're just somebody you personally want to get involved in Civil Air Patrol, please visit gocivilairpatrol.com. All right, so I don't see any other questions on YouTube. I am going to stop the live stream, but I'm going to sit on the YouTube chat probably for about another 5 or 10 minutes, or until the questions stop. So if you have any questions and you want me to respond to on in YouTube on the chat, I'll stick around for a few more minutes. And with that, I want to thank everybody. With a huge team to make this happen. And so thank you to everybody that's part of this team to make this happen. And thanks to all of you who were part of it. And thank to everybody that watched this viewing. Please go ahead and hit that like and subscribe. That's the whole YouTube thing. That's how more people will see it. And so if you hit like and subscribe, YouTube will think it's an important video. It'll share it to more people. So I appreciate that. With that, thanks everybody. Hope you have a great day. Bye-bye.